Repeat now. Bye. Bye.
You only have 3 public comments. Right?
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So we have Debbie and the PRN, and Diane Rose.
Oh, that's right. As close to 10 as possible.
Wait, a math quiz?
As close as we get to 10 as possible.
I am on a Zoom. My video's not on yet. Oh.
And I think you're right. I think the point is you know, that people need to think about it, due process across the board, from college students to every American, including people, and they need to be possible. Right, absolutely agree. Thank you very much, John and Katie. Always good to see you both.
The debate over reopening schools revving up now. New information on getting kids back in class. Why school closures are being called questionable. Plus, President Biden signing the COVID relief note promising to transform America. Question today: what's wrong with America?
I'm getting a little slice of the news this morning.
Even if it is, you know, Fox.
Transforming America, man. We are.
886-0296. 0296.
18.
Good morning.
18.
Hello, everybody.
18055. Thanks.
That's for a pin.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
So
Password
it is 761
761
785.
Ours is already on.
5.
PRN, she's already on.
She's not on.
She's not on. As close to 10 as possible. Okay. We'll try to do it.
Absolutely.
Okay. We have
Connecting.
Yeah.
You?
So do I have my okay or do I need?
Yeah. Yeah. There's
So say the word. Look, everybody's here.
So I'm bringing in the stragglers. I think all the board members are online.
Good.
Okay. We have all the board members. We can get started whenever you're ready, Dr.
Sure.
Usually Lois is having some trouble getting in.
Okay, thanks.
She's having trouble. She is.
She's in.
See you.
Yeah.
I don't, well, if you see her, okay.
Yeah, she's right there.
Is Palermo?
Oh, I thought she said she was having.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. She's not in the waiting room.
Nice to see everyone, except sad that we're not all in person still.
Yes.
Maybe next time. Hopefully by June.
Text her and see if she's having. Palermo is.
Yep.
Can we resend the link to Ms. Palermo for the meeting?
Yes, thank you.
Morning, Bobby.
Does everybody have the same outfit on they had yesterday? I think they did.
I do not.
Wow, thanks for calling us out. Different tie, though.
Was hoping you
I
would.
do not.
Tie is different.
Well, board, I think we have one member that's making our way in, but everybody else I think is in. So I will go ahead and get started. The March 12, 2021 board meeting of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners will now come to order. The time is 8:36. And board, if you are listening to the meeting on a secure secondary device, computer or tablet, if you could mute it so that until it is your time to speak, that would be helpful. Also, please say your name before you verbally vote during the voting process to ensure proper count, and we'll try to keep things in order for Ms. Richardson. And then I'll also announce the names of the board members again as they vote to make first and second motions. So that will try to keep everybody in order. And the mission of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners is to protect the public health and safety and promote high quality and safe dental care by providing enforcement, licensing, peer assistance, and related information services to licensees and their patients. Dr. Kirsch, could I have a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Dr. David Tillman.
Here.
Dr. George Kirch, present. Miss Lois Palermo.
She's
Miss
coming.
Lois Palermo.
She's coming. She may not be here.
Okay. Dr. Brian Henderson.
Present.
Dr. David Yu.
Present.
Dr. Robert McNeil.
Present.
Dr. Linda Burke.
Present.
Miss Lori Jones.
Present.
Dr. Margot Melcher.
Present.
Mr. Rodney Bustamante. Mr. Rodney Bustamante, not present.
No.
And Mrs. Catherine Sisk.
Got a note she is under the weather, so she will not be here. And if you could ask for Ms. Palermo, I think she's with us.
Mrs. Lois Palermo.
May have to give her a second back to the audio.
She's activating her audio now.
She's activating her audio, but I see her, so we will count her presence.
Right.
Perfect. All right. We have a quorum, Dr. Tillman.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsch. Discussion on the approval of the minutes for the last board meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes as written or as amended?
So moved.
Dr.
Dr.
Kirsch, motion
Dr. Tillman,
and second, yes.
is this for the emergency or for the December?
The emergency,
December 1st.
yes, December, for the December meeting.
Thank you for the clarification.
I'll second Dr. Yu.
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Kirsch, second by Dr. Yu to accept the minutes of the December 11, 2020 board meeting. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Kirsch, could I have a roll call, please?
Dr. David Tillman,
Accepted.
Dr. George Kirch, in favor. Miss Lois Palermo,
In favor?
good to hear your voice, Lois. Dr. Brian Henderson,
Or
Dr. David Yu,
Accept.
Dr. Robert McNeil,
in favor.
Dr. Linda Burke,
In favor.
Miss Lori Jones, Dr. Margot Melcher.
In favor?
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsch. Now, a motion to accept the minutes for the February 19, 2021 emergency board meeting. Do I have a motion to accept?
Dr. Tillman,
Yes, Dr. Melcher.
I'd like to get a little bit of clarification on number 3, section 3.
Point of order, please.
Yes,
We need to go put this in discussion after we get a motion.
that's
I'll make a motion to accept the minutes.
motion to accept by
I'll
Dr.
second.
Second by Dr. Kirsch. Yes, again, Dr. Meltzer.
On section 3, where it states about the new office policy, but it states about including companions. Could we just drop that part? Because I think we also made a couple of other suggestions, like the removal of they could put back the toys, magazines, what have you.
We're talking about minutes, right? So what part did you?
Number 3, where it says Ms. Nichols clarified that practitioners can determine their own office policy regarding companions. My suggestion was just to omit regarding companions, because we also talked about the placement of the toys. I think there were a couple of other things we had discussed too.
So to be clear, Dr. Meltzer, you would like to include companions and other office policies?
No, omit those, including companions, and just after office policy, period.
Okay.
That's the only observation I noticed.
I've got a question. If we open it up for office policy, that means that every dentist can do whatever they want in their offices. I think we need to be careful with the verbiage of omitting companion, because right now it's the office policy of the dentist to either allow companion or not allow companion. If we drop the companion, then it sounds like the dentist has the autonomy to do whatever he wants as far as policy goes in his office.
Okay.
And I think we're opening a can of worms by doing that. I think we ought to leave it the way it is.
Okay. And I agree with that. Opinion. And I agree with that as well. But then I think we also had discussed that they could go back and put in their magazines or toys. And I think there was one other thing that we also modified. So if we were going to do that, then we just need to add those other few modifications in there.
Thank you, Dr. Meltzer. Dr. Henderson.
Thank you. My little point of information, we're not changing the rule. The rule is set and everybody is this is just the minutes of what happened in the meeting. And so I would my suggestion is if you want to add any language to this, Dr. Meltzer, and include other things, if you want to be non-specific, but this is not a rule change. This is just the minutes of what happened in that meeting. And the rule speaks for itself.
Yes, and I agree with you, but my only concern was that it just seemed like that was the only thing we talked about, and there were a couple of other things that we had modified. So I'm okay with adding verbiage of other, a few other things. Just wanted that reflected in the minutes. Thank you.
Any other comments? So how are we going to address this?
Does she want to make a motion?
So you have a motion. Is this a motion to amend, Dr. Meltzer?
Well, it was an observation and just something for us to discuss. And if the majority of the board feels to add some verbiage or modify it, I'm fine with it. I just want it brought up.
Okay, so the only way we can address this is by a motion. So are you making a motion to amend?
I would like to make the motion then to amend to add and other items discussed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do I have a second?
I do agree with Dr. Meltzer. We did discuss those items and they should have been included in the minutes. I will agree with that.
McNeil, I'll second it so we can have some discussion.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. McNeil.
Thanks. Would you be open to a friendly amendment of just removing that sentence?
Dr. Meltzer.
I think including things into this, we could go on and on and on. And I agree with what your intent is, Dr. Meltzer, and I agree with what Dr. Henderson said. The rule is what it is. And so we're not putting specific emphasis on one area. We just remove the sentence, maybe easiest.
Sure, I'll welcome that. Thank you.
So the friendly amendment will be made. So we do not have an amendment. We have a minutes to vote for. Any other discussion concerning the minutes for the February 19 meeting? Seeing none, Dr. Kirsch, could I have, sorry, Dr. Meltzer.
So, Dr. Melch, then as Dr. McNeil stated, then we would want, then the amendment would be to remove the sentence, correct, Dr. McNeil?
Yes.
Okay, then I would like to make that motion then to remove the sentence from the minutes.
Okay, so we have an amendment. Dr. McNeil seconds. Any discussion? So we are voting on the amendment. Dr. Kirsch, could I have a roll call to approve the amendment as brought by Dr. Meltzer?
And the amendment is just striking out the first sentence. Ms. Nichols clarified that practitioners can determine their own office policy regarding companions. We're eliminating that.
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Dr. David Tillman.
In favor?
Dr. Kirch, in favor. Ms. Lois Palermo.
In favor?
Dr. Brian Henderson.
In favor.
Dr. David Yu.
In favor.
Dr. Robert McNeil.
In favor.
Dr. Linda Burke.
In favor?
Ms. Lori Jones.
In favor?
Dr. Margot Melcher.
In favor.
All right, the amendment carries unanimously.
Thank you. And so now we are to the amended minutes for the February 19 board meeting minutes. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, could I have a roll call to accept the amended minutes for the February 19 board meeting? Dr. Kirsch.
Dr. David Tillman.
Accept.
Dr. George Kirch, accept. Ms. Lois Palermo.
Accept.
Dr. Brian Henderson.
For.
Dr. David Yu.
In favor.
Dr. Robert McNeil.
In favor.
Dr. Linda Burke.
In favor?
Mrs. Lori Jones.
In favor?
Dr. Margot Melcher.
For.
The motion carries unanimously, Dr. Tillman.
Thank you. Thank you, board. Ms. Nichols, could you lead us in a discussion on the reappointment of the initial members of the advisory committee on dental anesthesia?
Yes, sir.
Do I hear a motion to on the reappointment of the initial members on the advisory committee on the dental anesthesia?
So moved.
Moved. And second by?
I'll second. Dr. Burke?
Thank you. Dr. Burke, second. Ms. Nichols?
Thank you. So the Anesthesia Advisory Committee was established by Section 258.202 of the Texas Occupations Code, and Rule 100.12 provides the committee blueprint. The rule states that the board's presiding officer will draw lots to determine which of the 3 initial members will serve a 1-year term and which 3 will serve a 2-year term, all which began in December 1st of 2017. Thereafter, all the appointments will be for 2 years from the date of the appointment. Members, including the advisory committee chair, may serve no more than 3 consecutive 2-year terms. Unfortunately, when the initial members were appointed at the December 22nd, 2017 board meeting, it does not appear that lots were drawn. So to remedy to this situation, agency staff would adhere to Rule 100.12 by reappointing the initial committee members and staggering their terms. So we currently have 5 remaining initial committee members. And what we'd like to do today is to draw lots so that 3 of those members will get a 2-year term and 2 of those members will get a 1-year term. I know that's confusing. If anybody has any questions, please let me know.
But once we do that, then we will set into where all of the members don't rotate at once. We get a staggered rotation of members into the committee so that we can have some continuity.
Exactly.
Dr. Henderson.
So I thought I recall at a board meeting that we did this. And I don't know if it's in a recorded meeting. Does anybody, Dr. Tillman, it seems like we were in the not our usual board meeting room when we did it. It was in the downstairs 100 meeting room.
So we scoured all of the minutes from previous meetings. We have the document from the 2017 meeting when these committee members were appointed, but we could find nothing setting their appointment dates in any documentation that was saved by prior EDs or prior GC, nothing. We could find nothing. So this was the only remedy we could come up with. And I ran it by the governor's office and they said this was a good solution. But if you have a specific time and date, we'd be happy to go back and look.
No, it was one of those things when the appointments were originally made in 2017. And we made that first appointment. And I wanted to say Dr. Tillman had drawn the names and it might not have said it was like, okay, this person's a 1 year, 2 year. But I may be I recall that because then it was the following year we had to reappoint those 1 year again, and Dr. Tillman just basically reappointed the same people. Now, I don't know how that happened or have a recollection as far as a written notes. I just recall that mentally.
And I do recall a discussion. I don't remember having a draw or anything definitive. So, that's my memory.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have any documentation of who should come up, whose appointment will come up when. The committee members don't know when their appointments are up. So this was the only thing we had to fix that.
Okay, that makes sense to me because I was looking for the same. I didn't know who was be rotating on or off as well. So I appreciate this concept. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yu.
So just to review, they were voted on in 2017. Where do they stand now? Are they all, they've been renewed?
So they're all eligible for one more term. So 3 of them will get a 2-year term and 2 of them will get a 1-year term, and then it'll be their last term.
Starting 2021, right?
Right.
Okay, and and just to clarify on the sheet that we got, Dr. Frank Ford is a dentist anesthesiologist who replaced Dr. Redden.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, there were several. We had 2. There was a medical anesthesiologist, and then Dr. Ford, as you mentioned, that were tapered in after the initial. The other 5 are from the original group, and so this will kind of rotate us.
So Dr. Ford is not one of the initial members?
Dr. Redden was the initial, and I think Dr. Yu, I think he served 2 years, and then Dr. Redden had to bow out, health concerns, and then Dr. Ford. I think it's been 2 or after 2 years. So
we'll still need to give Dr. Ford because the date I had was 2017. So we'll go ahead and vote on his or include him in the drawing of lots too, because we don't have a date for his appointment to be up.
Okay.
So.
Well, this will clarify everything.
This will clarify everything.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so I will do a draw.
Yes. So the first 3 that you draw will get 2-year terms. The second 2 will get a 1-year term.
Okay. The first will be what?
They get a 2-year term.
Okay.
The last 2 will get a 1-year term.
Dr. Wayne Radwanski, I think he's a level 1.
That's right.
Dr. Frank Ford, he's our dental anesthesiologist. And Dr. Robert Peak, he's our oral maxillofacial surgeon. So that's they will get 2 years.
That's right.
And then this next group will get
1 year.
Okay, 1 year will be Dr. Scott Ludlow, I think he's a pediatric dentist, and then Dr. Lisa Masters.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Okay, so it will hopefully be in the minutes and it will be back in order. Thank you. Ms. Nichols.
Thank you very much. Thank you, board.
So do I, again, I guess I need another motion.
We already had a motion. We already had a motion. We're in the discussion right now.
Okay, any discussion? And I don't see any hands.
Dr. Henderson has something.
Thank you, Dr. Henderson. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like Ms. Nichols maybe to clarify, as the way the rule is written, you're eligible to serve 2 complete terms. Those people that got their 1 term, are we considering they've already served their 2 full terms and we're okay to make that exception to the rule? Or how does that being handled by that?
They get 3 consecutive terms, no more than 3. So this will be their last term.
And if it's a 1 year, that's not a 2 year, that's okay? Or would they be eligible for another 2 year?
No, the way we're doing it is okay.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, Dr. Kirsch, could I have a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Dr. David Tillman,
Accept.
Dr. George Kirch, in favor. Ms. Lois Palermo,
In favor?
Dr. Brian Henderson,
In favor?
Dr. David Yu,
In favor?
Dr. Robert McNeil,
In favor?
Dr. Linda Burke,
In favor?
Mrs. Lori Jones,
In favor?
and Dr. Margot Melcher.
In favor.
It passes unanimously, Dr. Tillman.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsten. Thank you, board. Ms. Studdard, could you lead us in a discussion on the possible action on proposed case resolution agreed settlement orders?
Yes, sir. So the agreed settlement orders are in the board meeting materials, and staff recommends the board approve them as presented.
So do I have a motion to approve the agreed settlement orders as presented? Dr. Henderson, we have a motion and a second by Ms. Jones. Any discussion? And if you could limit your currently to the number right now until this is approved. Okay, seeing no discussion, Dr. Kirsch, could I have a roll call, please?
Dr. David Tillman,
Approve.
Dr. George Kirch, approve. Ms. Lois Palermo,
Approved.
Dr. Brian Henderson,
4.
Dr. David Yu,
Or
Dr. Robert McNeil,
4.
Dr. Linda Burke,
4.
Mrs. Lori Jones,
Approve.
Dr. Margot Melcher.
4.
It carries unanimously, Dr. Tillman.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsten, board. Ms. Studdard, could you lead us in a discussion on the case resolutions remedial plans?
The remedial plans are in your board materials for review. Staff again asks that you approve those remedial plans as presented.
So do I
So
have
moved.
to approve by Dr. Kirsch? Second by Dr.
Dr.
Burke.
Burke.
Yes, thank you. Any discussion, board? Seeing none, Dr. Kirsch,
Dr. David Tillman,
approve?
Dr. George Kirch, in favor. Ms. Lois Palermo,
In favor?
Dr. Brian Henderson,
4.
Dr. David Yu,
4.
Dr. Robert McNeil,
4.
Dr. Linda Burke,
4.
Mrs. Lori Jones,
4.
Dr. Margot Melcher.
4.
The motion carries unanimously, Dr. Tillman.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsch and board. And Ms. Studdard, could you lead us in a discussion on the agreed administrative penalties?
It's just one agreed administrative penalty for your review. Staff asks that you approve that agreed administrative penalty as presented.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Studdard. Do I have a motion to approve? Ms. Jones, a motion and a second by Dr. Kirsch. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Kirsch, could you have a roll call?
Dr. David Tillman,
4.
Dr. George Kirch, in favor. Ms. Lois Palermo,
In favor?
Dr. Brian Henderson,
4.
Dr. David Yu,
In favor?
Dr. Robert McNeil,
4.
Dr. Linda Burke,
4.
Mrs. Lori Jones,
4.
Dr. Margot Melcher.
4.
The motion carries unanimously, Dr. Tillman.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsch, and thank you, board. Ms. Studdard, could you lead us in the discussion on the action of the proposed case resolutions on consent orders?
The staff again recommends that the board approve the consent orders as presented.
So thank you. Ms. Studdard, do I have a motion to approve? Dr. Kirsch, do I have a second? Dr. Henderson, thank you. Any discussion? Dr. Kirsch,
Dr. David Tillman,
in favor?
Dr. George Kirch, in favor. Miss Lois Palermo,
In favor?
Dr. Brian Henderson,
4.
Dr. David Yu,
In favor?
Dr. Robert McNeil,
In favor?
Dr. Linda Burke,
4.
Mrs. Lori Jones,
4.
Dr. Margot Melcher,
4.
and the motion carries unanimously, Dr. Tillman.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsch and board. Ms. Studdard, pre-ISC recommendations for dismissal. We have one.
Staff again asks that you approve the pre-IC recommendations of dismissals as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Studdard. Do I have a motion to accept? Dr. Burke and second by Dr. Yu. Any discussion? Seeing none. Dr. Kirsch,
Dr. David Tillman,
approve?
Dr. George Kirch, 4. Miss Lois Palermo,
Approve?
Dr. Brian Henderson,
4.
Dr. David Yu,
4.
Dr. Robert McNeil,
4.
Dr. Linda Burke,
4.
Mrs. Lori Jones,
4.
and Dr. Margot Melcher.
4.
The motion carries unanimously, Dr. Tillman.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsch and board. Ms. Studdard, could you lead us in the discussion on the proposed case resolution on the post-ISC recommendations for dismissal?
Staff requests or recommends that the board approve the post-ISC recommendations of dismissal as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Studdard. Do I have a motion to accept, board?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Dr. Yu, motion and second by Dr. Kirsch. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Kirsch,
Dr. David Tillman,
in favor?
Dr. George Kirch, 4. Miss Palermo,
4.
Dr. Brian Henderson,
4.
Dr. David Yu,
4.
Dr. Robert McNeil,
4.
Dr. Linda Burke,
4.
Mrs. Lori Jones,
4.
and Dr. Margot Melcher.
4.
Motion carries, Dr. Tillman.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsch and board. Ms. Studdard, could you lead us in a discussion on the possible action on proposed case resolutions, modification orders?
There's one modification order in the materials for your review. Staff recommends the board approve the modification order as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Studdard. Do I have a motion to approve the modification order?
So moved.
Here's a motion and then a second by Dr. Yu. Any discussion, board? Seeing none, Dr. Kirsch,
Dr. David Tillman,
in favor?
Dr. George Kirch, in favor. Miss Lois Palermo,
In favor?
Dr. Brian Henderson,
4.
Dr. David Yu,
Favor?
Dr. Robert McNeil,
In favor?
Dr. Linda Burke,
4.
Mrs. Lori Jones,
Favor?
and Dr. Margot Melcher. I believe she had to step away. So the motion carries 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, and 1 abstaining.
Thank you. It doesn't look like we have any specific orders to approve, so I'll move on to discussion of possible action on cases heard before before SOA, State Office of Administrative Hearings. Ms. Studdard.
Yes, sir. So the first case is regarding Dennis Eric Jerome Hall, license number 30724. In your materials, you will see order number 4, which is the order of default dismissal and remand. And you'll also see staff's recommendations and a proposed order. And our staff attorney, Ms. Sonia Subash, is present to provide staff's recommendations.
The hearing in this matter convened on February 3rd, 2021. The respondent did not appear, and board staff requested that the administrative law judge issue a default dismissal and remand the matter back to the board. On February 3rd, 2021, the administrative law judge issued order number 4, order of default dismissal from the SOA docket. Staff recommends that the board move to adopt the order of the board as attached and revoke Texas dental license number 30724 issued to Eric Jerome Hall.
Thank you, Ms. Bosch. Now I have a motion to accept. Dr. Henderson, and a second by Dr. Burke. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Kirsch, could we have a roll call?
Dr. David Tillman,
4.
Dr. George Kirch, 4. Mrs. Lois Palermo,
4.
Dr. Brian Henderson,
4.
Dr. David Yu,
In favor?
Dr. Robert McNeil,
4.
Dr. Linda Burke,
4.
Mrs. Lori Jones,
4.
and Dr. Margot Melcher. I believe she had to step away. So 8 in favor, 1 abstaining.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsch and board. Ms. Studdard, our second case.
And I just wanted to put it on the record. I don't think I said it, but that first case was regarding docket number 504-21-0824. This second case is regarding docket number 504-20-3040. It's regarding registered dental assistant registration number 85706 for Cindy Rodriguez. Board staff attorney, Ms. Anitra Abdullah Levy, will present staff's recommendation for this case.
Yes, Ms. Levy.
This case was set for a hearing on September 22nd of 2020. The proposal for decision by summary disposition was issued on November 2nd of 2020. The staff filed exceptions to the proposal of decision on November 18th of 2020. On December 28th of 2020, the administrative law judge ruled that those exceptions be made to the proposal for decision. Staff recommends that the board move to adopt the order of the board as attached and revoke Texas Registered Dental Assistant number 85706 issued to Cindy Rodriguez.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Levy. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation?
So moved.
That was Dr. Kirsch has a motion, and I need a second. And Dr. Yu, thank you. Any discussion? Yes, Dr. Yu.
Well, this motion is to deny, correct?
That's correct. Is that
Okay.
correct, Levy?
No, this is a motion to accept the order, which would revoke the license for the dental assistant.
So revoke, and so we're denying that license. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Dr. Kirsch.
Dr. David Tillman,
In favor?
Dr. George Kirch, in favor. Miss Lois Palermo,
In favor?
Dr. Brian Henderson,
4.
Dr. David Yu,
Favor?
Dr. Robert McNeil,
In favor.
Dr. Linda Burke,
4.
Mrs. Lori Jones,
In favor?
and Dr. Margot Melcher.
4.
Welcome back, Dr. Melcher. We have unanimous, the motion carries unanimously, Dr. Tillman.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsch, and thank you, board. Presiding officer report, we had a number of individuals attend virtually the AADB meeting. Dr. Yu, I think you were among those. Do you have could you spend a moment or two to give us a report on the AADB, and then if Dr. Henderson has anything to add, or Ms. Nichols?
Yeah, I thought it was a really good meeting. Obviously, it was virtual, And we, had obviously some discussion on, Small Direct Club, having their presentation. But what was interesting was just what states are doing in terms of vaccinations. And really just, the rules and what's kind of coming on the horizon for all that. I do think that it was valuable in terms of just kind of getting the idea of what other states are doing in general. And it's a lot of it were different aspects of the AADB in terms of how we were going to as far as virtual future test taking and things like that. So I want to kind of defer also to Dr. Henderson on this.
Yes. Anything to add?
Yeah, so it was quite an interesting virtual meeting, and we did cover a lot of topics with representatives of the Smile Direct, teledentistry, some legal questions, and so it was a very interesting meeting as far as that's concerned. And as far as the test taking question that Dr. Yu is, I don't know that I'm in a position to make any comments other than just talk about they are really pushing their registration for their continuing education. If you'll take one of their courses, they will mandate and keep that CE for dentists. That is something that they are pushing as far as the organization. I know the next meeting, they haven't said whether it's going to be virtual or not, but tentatively, I think it's going to be in Chicago, basically a Halloween weekend. So if any board members want to go and participate, I'd highly recommend that you put that on the agenda. Yeah, it was good. And Ms. Nichols, any comment you would like to add to this?
No, I think both of you hit on all the highlights. I personally thought the attorney roundtable was really helpful. They discussed several different cases that are going on with Smile Direct Club, and then just other suits that they've had going on as far as licensing issues, which I thought was very interesting. I also really liked the information sharing as it related to COVID, vaccinations, and examinations. It seems like obviously every board is in the same boat.
Very good.
It was good information sharing.
Thank you. And Dr. Yu, anything to add?
Well, yeah, and part of the thing that I thought we all agreed was that the attorney roundtable was very interesting because they talked about pending legislations in other states, and usually, from my understanding, Dr. Henderson, that the members aren't usually privy to that kind of roundtable. But I actually thought that to me that was the most valuable because, like for instance, I think Oregon has pending legislation on dental therapists with 33 listed services that could be performed by them. Mechanical polishing, I think placement of temporary restorations, pulp testing, administration of nitrous, emergency palliative treatment for dental pain, cavity preps, preparing and placing preformed crowns, and even extraction of primary and periodontally treated teeth. So it's kind of interesting what other states are doing. And like I said, Oregon is a little progressive on all that, and that's still under pending legislation. So it's kind of interesting to kind of see what other states are going through. And also Texas and New Hampshire are the only remaining states with no teledentistry support. And I know we're getting that fixed. And Small Direct Club also has, I think, lawsuits in Georgia, California, and what is it, Alaska or Arkansas or something, or Alabama.
Georgia,
So,
California, Alabama, the three I had.
Yeah. Okay. So, just kind of learning from other states was really, really interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions, board? Well, very good. Well, we appreciate y'all.
McNeil, question?
Yes, Dr. McNeil.
Thank you. For those that participated, I know we had a public comment regarding Smile Direct Club and sort of the participation within the AADB. And I personally had some challenges with what was put out in the pre-program newsletter. Was there any discussion about that at all with the meeting?
Well, Small Direct Club is a platinum sponsor for the AADB, and really, to assume that our board has anything to do with that, I think there is no conflict of interest as far as we're concerned. But I guess, Casey, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I would thank you for bringing that up, Dr. McNeil, because I also saw that public comment. So I have to say that, Small Direct Club was a sponsor of this event, but that didn't stop, especially at the attorney roundtable, for the attorneys that have participated in this conference from being very honest and giving some really good information about the lawsuits that are currently pending in the states with Small Direct Club. I will say one of the representatives did call in, or was participating in the meeting and corrected the attorney on a couple of the issues, but I didn't see that there was any type of conflict either. It was information sharing.
Thank you. Saying that, Reb, Dr. Henderson, I know that you've been a part of Reb, and we have, I think, 2 new board members that are becoming involved in Reb. If y'all could give a report on that, that would be great.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Tillman. So yes, I have yet to do my first Reb exam for this year, but I know Dr. McNeil and Dr. Kearse have joined the communities of Reb, and Dr. McNeil and Dr. Yu have already done a board exam, if I believe last week, and for Bobby's 50th birthday, he was in Boston. So I just want to go ahead and work that into the conversation and recorded minutes. But yes, Reb is going along. We're in the middle of testing, and I'm scheduled to do some here in Texas. So Reb's moving along, and if one of the other new members would like to talk about their experience as an examiner, great. So I'm going to release the floor. Thank you, Dr. Tillman.
Thank you, Dr. Henderson. Dr. Yu.
Well, yeah, just like Dr. Henderson said, this is the first time I was a SimFloor examiner at Tufts. And it was kind of interesting because, I got to be in direct contact with some of these kids, but it was all sim based. And what was interesting was that even, I think the inherent idea is that, sim should be easier, but it's not. We see a lot of the same, issues, the same mistakes and there is a little bit of, getting used to simulated teeth, because it's not the exact same as enamel, dentin, and all that. But the bottom line is that these simulations are very close. I mean, the whole concept and the types of preps that are needed is basically the same as human teeth. So I think, in terms of how Rebs and, CDCA have really, streamlined and made the quality so much better because of COVID, with these simulated teeth. We're still seeing people fail. It's not that easy. As a matter of fact, the hygiene mannequins were pretty difficult because you really can't simulate gum, saliva, bleeding, and even the tartar. It was kind of difficult to detect those. They almost felt like burnished tartar, but I know they're still working on that from the hygiene side too. So overall, I thought it was a very good assessment of the students' competency and technical skills. What did you think, Dr. McNeil? Through the chair.
Sure.
Thanks for asking. You know, it was a good experience for me to participate in it, and certainly I'd encourage all others, and especially if Dr. Kirsch and I are going to be passionate on both sides of the equation about simulation versus live patient, then we both have to be there and see it. It was interesting talking to the other examiners and get their take on mannequins. One of the examiners was, raised a point of, boy, when you have a failure on a live patient, sometimes teeth have to be extracted or root canals on teeth. And so I saw some challenging operative and endodontic performances that would require extraction of teeth if it wasn't on a simulator. So I was glad it was on a sim. Now, the next day, they had a chance to retake it and things were much better. So I don't know what happened overnight. But in general, I think it was certainly a well-run examination. It was nice doing calibration. Everyone was surprised that an oral surgeon could calibrate on operative. And as Dr. Henderson and I have talked about, it makes you a better board member to see all of that. And so I would highly encourage participation and the calibration. As an examiner, when you have simulators, you know what you're looking for, and it really makes you a good examiner because you're seeing the exact same thing. And so people are being given the same test, which I like. They're restoring the exact same preparation twice. So
Very good.
But, oh, sorry.
Dr. Yu.
I would like to reiterate my pride for our oral surgeon on the board. Very good job. I was very worried. And it is interesting, just like humans, that the caries could be at different levels of depth, and some were even very close, if not, almost pulped. So, and it actually, the caries is actually more severe than what the students would pick on normally, where it just broke the DEJ. So, overall, I mean, the teeth were challenging, but the concept, again, is still the same as far as how they prep it and, things like that.
So I would ask, and you don't have any history here, Dr. Yu, but if there was a change in modification request from the live patient to the sim, Dr. Henderson, you may have a thought.
I was just going to comment that we might be a little bit sensitive to talking about this information in a public forum that's recorded on an examination.
Sure.
Right.
Okay. Thank you very much, board. Any other observations, Dr. Kirsch or others?
I went through the orientation process and I was very impressed, to be honest with you. I have not done a calibration yet, but it seems like it's very difficult. So I am looking forward. My first exam will be in December in Denver, coming at the end of July. So I'm looking forward to my first exam. Hopefully I don't fail my calibrations. I don't want to hold anybody back. I can imagine the pressure Bobby felt. So
understood. Thank you, board. CDCA, Ms. Palermo.
Dr. Tillman?
Yes, Dr. Melser, thank you.
I also joined REB and sat in on the orientation on February the 5th for the dental hygiene group. And my first site is in Utah next month in April.
Perfect. That should be beautiful. Very good. Any other observations about REB? Seeing none. Ms. Palermo, CDCA, did you have any interactions with them?
Well, with CDCA, I am slated to see one of their mannequin exams on April the 23rd when Miss Kimber invited us to go down. I don't know who else on the board has accepted that invitation as well, but hearing Dr. Yu and Dr. McNeil and everyone talking about the assimilated exams, I'm kind of anxious to get to see one. But I sit on the hygiene exam review committee for credits.
Yes.
I didn't know if you were asking about.
Yes, go ahead with credits. Thank you.
Well, there really isn't a whole lot to tell because I haven't had any correspondence with them other than them giving me the exams that I'm going to be doing with them. I don't know if they have slated their summer annual meeting yet or not, or the hygiene exam review committee. So I've tried to get in touch with them to find out. So when I do, then maybe I'll send out an email to all of y'all to let you know when they are.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, so seeing no other board members, we do have a request from the Commission on Board Accreditation, 2 opportunities for dental hygiene. I will relate to Ms. Nichols that I would be available for the April 6th and 7th date. But we do have a need as well towards the end of this month in Grand Prairie. So board members, if you could check your schedules, see if you have any availability there, that would be appreciated. One last thing, we do have a legislature in session, so keep holding your breath another 90 days or so, and we do have another special session after that. So we'll see at that point. We did, Ms. Nichols and I submit testimony for Senate and House budget for appropriations. And so perhaps in your report, Ms. Nichols, I can help with that report on that. So the staff, the board continues to be active. And I think that's all I have to report. Very good. PRN.
Is Ms. Garza on the line yet? No. So board members, just so everyone is aware, PRN unfortunately lost their most recent director. So their CEO, Ms. Debbie Garza, has agreed to participate and give us an update today. But we told her a time of 10 a.m. So if you don't mind, we will skip over PRN and move on to the agenda. And then as it gets closer to 10 a.m., we'll check back to see if she's on the call. Is that
Perfect.
right?
Point of order.
Yes, Dr. McNeil.
I've been having some trouble opening the PRN file, and maybe during that 30 minutes they can work on that. It's asking for a password.
Same here.
Yeah.
I'll email you the password.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could make a comment too, just ending
Yes.
off your presiding officer report.
Yes, thank you.
Dr. Henderson had brought this up during the anesthesia committee meeting yesterday, and you and I are both, our appointments are ended or have ended, and we don't know what the next phase is. And on behalf of our group, I'd like to commend you on your leadership during this time period as presiding officer. We've had to deal with quite a few issues, and I think you've struck the right balance of allowing us to agree and allowing us to disagree without being disagreeable. And as I said, we've had to deal with some pretty tough issues, and as early as recent as yesterday. And you can disagree, and you help set the tone to help us be collegial. So I appreciate that on behalf of the rest of the members.
Thank you. And I will continue to serve until the governor has a replacement. And I'm assured that the agency will continue to protect the health of the public and move forward. And so I appreciate those words. Thank you. Discussion on possible action on continuing education review committee report and recommendation. Dr. Burke, could you lead us in a discussion?
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Tillman. And thanks to my committee. We had a great committee meeting yesterday. For those of you that were not on the committee, the reason this agenda item was placed on our committee meeting agenda was we had the question arise, how long must a licensee keep their CE records for auditable purposes for licensure? And we hadn't really revisited Rule 104.5 since we began our biennial license renewals. So I will turn things over to Ms. Mendez, but one thing I wanted to explain that's very important, we're talking about verification of C courses for licensure renewal, but for courses taken to determine a certain skill set, that these licensees may have, such as laser courses or corona polishing. Those types of certificates need to be kept much longer, obviously. But Ms. Mendez, if you don't mind leading our discussion on this topic, I would appreciate that.
Sure. Good morning, board members.
Morning.
We did talk briefly about the auditable documentation, and specifically, I did mention the fact that we do accept the CE transcripts for those that are audited. I wanted to publicly say that. I know we've gotten a few questions regarding that. And of course, in regards to laser and corona polishing and pit and fisher, those really don't have a time frame because most licensees are using those courses as proof to their employer to be able to do those duties. And so my response to that is, because we do not have a rule to that, I would say the licensee should keep it as long as they plan on using or want to do that function in the place of employment, whether it be laser, whether it be corona polishing or pit and fisher. You have any questions for me?
Any questions for Ms. Mendez? Thank you. Dr. Burr.
So there was not any action that came out of our committee. Luckily, the rule that was written on 104.1 as well, everything falls into place. And so as long as our licensees are holding on to their CE certification for auditable renewal purposes for licensure for 3 years, everybody should be fine. But that's the end of my report, Dr. Tillman.
Thank you. Any questions, Dr. McNeil?
Dr. Burke, did you deal with the TDA infographic then as well?
Oh, yes. You
That's
know, and I don't,
like
it's
that.
Diane, thank you for bringing that up, Dr. McNeil. Is Diane Rhodes planning on speaking to us today? She did speak to us yesterday. Is she going to be available? Do you know, Ms. Nichols?
She is on the call.
I don't know. It might be nice if she explains that to everyone, because they've done wonderful, and they have actually come up with an app that will be available to, at this time, it'll be available to members, but she explained that it's going to help track what currently you have, what you lack, what's pending, what's upcoming. There she is. Hi, Diane.
Diane.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Diane. This is a little bit out of order. Would you be able to move forward with your comments during this section? And I
Sure.
will. Well, thank you again and welcome.
Thank you. I'm Diane Rhodes with the Texas Dental Association and appreciate the opportunity to give comment. It's my understanding that you were able to receive a copy of our new CE information graphic. Due to I'll take it on myself, my pretty poor computer skills, as evidenced yesterday during Dr. Burke's committee meeting. I don't think I'm going to be able to show it on my screen, but it is our attempt to more graphically represent a dentist's CE requirements in a way that they can easily review and understand. Similar to the dental board, we've received quite a lot of comments from our member dentists about concerns regarding what CE they need in order to renew their license and when those different types of CE obligations are due. We're also working with our for-profit subsidiary to create an app and a computer program that is relatively sophisticated. It will allow dentists to vault auditable documentation, of the CE they've taken, prompt them to be able to identify CE that they may be missing and need to take prior to renewal, and have options of courses available to them that they can take to meet those CE requirements. So it's a pretty sophisticated app and computer-based program, and we will be excited to roll that out as soon as it has finished, soon as it's finished being designed.
Very good. Any questions, Dr. McNeil?
Ms. Rhodes, I tell you, I could hardly sleep. I was so excited after I saw this document that you all worked on. And I know we had sort of brought it up some time ago, and just our licensees, there's so much confusion out there. And boy, you guys just knocked it out of the park with respect to this flow sheet. Is phenomenal, and a great example of, working appropriately with stakeholders to fulfill a need. Just awesome job.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Henderson.
So I agree. I looked at that TDA graphic and I was going to bring this exact subject up. I wanted to know first if Ms. Studdard had verified the document and in fact with our attorneys, and if it is, because I like the way it flows, it's a lot cleaner. If you went to our website as a licensee and you click anesthesia permit, it doesn't say you have to do your 24 hours. It says it moves you to the anesthesia. So I would like to see if Ms. Rhodes would allow the TDA to lend it to us and actually put it in our website. But I want to make sure it's legally okay the way the flow chart. I've been through it a number of times and I think it's good.
Dr. Henderson.
Right here.
Dr. Henderson, I believe the problem with that is only for TDA members. And if you put it on our website, you're allowing all non-members to access it.
Correct. I understand.
Yeah, it's a member
and that's
benefit.
why we would have to get permission to use it because
Right,
it actually
right.
flows better. Or
Right.
we could use that to help our website because it is not as easy for our licensees. So that's what
Ms. Rhodes.
I'm very happy to take that request back to TDA leadership and see if we can come up with a way to be able to share it with the board. I'm very touched by your confidence, Dr. Henderson, in my ability to put together an accurate graphic. I believe that you're kind of intimating you may have concerns about the accuracy of the information. But we would love to have Lauren and Casey take a look at it and certainly let me know if they see anything that is concerning with the information.
Very good. Thank you. Dr. Yu.
One of the benefits of being a TDA member. But I do agree that the app is, or the flow chart is really easy to understand. And you know, my question is about the app. You know, the app, I know our team has been looking into a similar idea to help, you know, the licensees organize their CE and to kind of help them, you know, figure out, okay, what's coming up, what's due, and their history. And it's easy for the board to, in case if the licensee, you know, needs to get audited, for us to be able to access that. Is that something, you know, so if a TDA member uses that app, is it something that they can upload to the board and to be used as proof that they've completed their, you know, CE every couple of years? Or how are we going to, how as a board, as far as the board goes, how are we going to be able to use that? Or is it just kind of up to the licensee to, you know, verify?
Ms. Rhodes.
Well, our intent, because we're investing a substantial amount of money in this design, it will be very, very customized. Our intent is to work with the board, and I've informally kind of reached out already to Christine about that. For example, to make sure that what we design for dentists to upload to it in terms of the documentation after they've completed a CE course would exactly match what the board requires for a dentist when they're completing a CE audit. And our ultimate goal would be to try to make that seamless between the app and computer program and your third-party CE verification vendor that you use, so that it would just be a very quick and easy transfer of information. Similar also to when a dentist, hopefully, and I'm not sure exactly how this would work, is completing their, well, sorry, as I'm saying this, they wouldn't really need to, because when a dentist renews, they're just attesting that they've completed the CE. Our focus would be on making sure that when they're actually audited, that the transfer of that information is seamless between the app and the dental board's vendor.
Very good. Dr. Yu, back to.
Sorry, one more question, Dr. Henderson. You know, so are you, you know, the app is so good for, or I'm sorry, the flow chart is so good for dentists. Are you going to do anything for hygienists or assistants? Like, for instance, the human trafficking, you know, not a lot of them know that they have to take it.
At this point, we're singularly focused on dentists. Due to the time that it will take to get the app up and functional and running, I really don't see that in the near future for us. Once we get the app and the computer program available to our members and ready to go and being used, I think we can reconvene with our licensing council at that point and look at a potential flow chart for allied team members.
Thank you, Ms. Rhodes. Dr. Henderson.
Ms. Rhodes, I think this app is an excellent idea. Are you aware of what AADB is trying to do with their continuing education and reaching out to the states as far as regulating? And how would this app be different than what they're trying to do?
I'm not in-depth familiar with the product that AADB is offering. What I can say regarding what we're working on is the high customization of it, to specifically design it to be seamless with the dental board's requirements and protocols. And what I think is a very interesting part of the app is also being able to prompt a dentist where they're missing CE. And I'm not sure the AADB product does that. Not only prompt them where they're missing CE, but then simultaneously provide them with state board approved, a listing of some sort of state board approved CE providers in those particular CE categories that they need. Because that's also a common question we receive from dentists. I need XYZ type of CE. Where is it? Where can I find it? I would also, I think it would be a very interesting move for the dental board to potentially undertake having an app or some other type of program to help licensees with CE and also be the regulator of those individuals. Because if there was some type of problem with the product, then you could potentially have a licensee or a registrant come back to the board and say, but I used the product you made available to me. Right. And so this isn't, there could be some disconnect there that might be concerning.
Do you anticipate that this app's going to go with licensees in other states or dentists in Texas that also have multiple state licenses?
My understanding, and again, I'm not on our for-profit side. My understanding is we'll initially start out targeting TDA member dentists, Texas licenses. And as the product becomes more stable and evolves, we could look at licensees, dentists that hold licenses in multiple states and incorporating those other state requirements into that dentist's version of the app. So they're not only able to track their Texas CE, et cetera, but they could track CE in other states. There's also the possibility of expanding it for allied team members as well. Possibilities are somewhat limitless.
And do you have an idea what that fee is for members who want to use it, or is it
my understanding, and please take this as a very cautionary comment, because again, I'm not on our for-profit side and I don't think those final decisions have been made. But my initial tentative understanding is that it would be offered as a free product to TDA member dentists.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Yu.
Just one comment. I think it would a great idea, and I think it'd be wonderful if there was some sort of alert system, to let the members know, oh, your human trafficking is going to be due in 3 months, or your opioid education is due. So instead of having them kind of, regularly have to log in. But I love the idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, board? Ms. Rhodes, we appreciate your time. We appreciate the work of TDA for Texas Dentists. You were in line for public comment, and I know that was related to this specific.
Exactly. I'm done. Thank you very much.
Well, very good. Well, thank you again, and we'll talk to you soon. We do, board, Dr. Burke, does that complete your committee's report?
Actually, yes, Dr. Tillman, it does. But in summary, in case anybody receives questions, I just want it to be clear to all board members. If you get asked, how long does a licensee need to retain their CE records for auditable purposes for licensure? The answer is 3 years. And that's because dentists and hygienists can carry over hours. And luckily, it was already written in Rule 104.1, Section 5 as such, so we didn't have to change anything. But you may receive that question, and we just want to make sure everybody is on the same page.
Very
Thank
good.
you, Dr. Tillman.
Thank you, and thank you for your committee. So that was item 9. Let's backtrack again, back to item 8, Professional Recovery Network Report. We do have Deborah Garza on the line. If we could access that.
Yes. Good morning. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, Debbie Garza. I'm the CEO of the Texas Pharmacy Association, not the director of PRN. So I'll talk to you a little bit about what's been going on that front. But I was just thinking it was a year ago when I was speaking with many of you with regards to the PRN program. And I really want to express my gratitude and thank you for the efforts that were made so that we can continue to service you all with the Professional Recovery Network program. So I know President Tillman, Dr. Yu, as well as Casey and Leticia worked really hard, as well as Dr. Bush at that time, to make sure we could continue to serve you all. So now I'm here today to give you this report because I think many of y'all probably knew Eden Mouse, who was our longtime, not only a director for over 2 years, but a case manager who had been with PRN for 9 years. Well, in October, she had a great opportunity to kind of get her dream job. So with that, we've been in transition. And evidently, I've had 2 strikes against me. I'd hired a couple of directors that weren't the evidently right fit, and the most recent one had resigned without notice just a couple of weeks ago. So I have hired our new PRN director. She actually starts on March 29th. So she'll be with you next time. But in my email exchange with Casey, found out this meeting was happening today. So I'm going to do my best to go through at least a report with an update on the PRN program and where we are currently. So the Professional Recovery Network continues to receive a steady increase of referrals for both dentists, dental hygienists, and dental assistants for this past quarter. Compliance by current participants is acceptable, and all concerns regarding public safety have been reported to the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners. With regards to staff, as I just mentioned, we've had some transition with our director position. As I mentioned, we've got a new director who starts on March 29th. And with that, we also now today have our new case manager starting. So we're back up to full complement with our 3 case managers. Some of y'all may be familiar with Candace Hall and Will Turney, and then Laura Fireball started today. So we will be, by the end of this month, fully staffed again, which, as you all know, when it comes to staffing, it's always makes you feel good when you know you've got your complement of staff there. And with that, of course, we are transitioning with regards to the participants. We pretty much transition where we segregate participants by last name with our case managers. So our other 2 case managers have picked up the load of that 3rd one with the lady who'd been with us for 2 years and left at the end of December. So those people will get the new case manager, Laura Fireball, who started today. With regards to our PRN participant activities during COVID, as I think was reported to you at your last board meeting, we continue to offer an individualized approach to the supports and accommodations offered to our participants throughout this COVID-19 pandemic. This includes continuing to provide participants with the option to complete their evaluations and related recovery-related meetings through online platforms if they prefer. It also allows the PRN regional coordinators to provide monthly regional meetings, also via online platforms or teleconference, to ensure ongoing peer supports are being offered. With the director changes and recognizing we've got to first get our blocking and tackling straight within the program, outreach to the dental schools and some of the efforts with the promotion with the Dental Association was not where we had hoped this past quarter, but we also have had a challenge with just regards to the college campuses not doing in much, their class schedules, et cetera. So I look forward to getting back with our new director and having the outreach to those colleges, to the dental associations, because I think it's important that we continue to promote the PRN program and they know about the program and know it's an access and a resource for them. Our seminar, our spring seminar, will be held probably either later April or early May. We are currently in the planning stages for that seminar. It will be virtual, as our last one was in the fall as well as last spring. Topics this year may include the disease concept of addiction, relapse prevention, and trauma-informed self-recovery and care. We also plan to request a recovering dentist to tell their narrative of struggles in recovery. And we also will hold our regional coordinator and advisory committee meetings virtual during the spring seminar as well. With regards to the legislative budget board numbers, we reported those to Ms. Nichols, Ms. Capel, Ms. Collins on March 10th. With regards to the actual numbers, board ordered dentist, we're at 14. Compelled volunteer dentist, we have none. And volunteer dentist, we have 20 enrolled in the program. Board ordered hygienist are 2, with no compelled volunteer hygienist and 1 volunteer hygienist. And then we have no board ordered, compelled, or volunteer assistants. So we have a total of 37 PRN participants at the end of Q2 for 2021. So I'll end there and answer any questions you may have.
Yes, board. Dr. McNeil.
Thank you so much for that report. I'm very excited to hear that there's a discussion of having sort of a clinical vignette of someone's story as they tell it with respect to the challenges they faced. And do you look at putting something like that in one of your newsletters, or is that something that would go in one of the board newsletters?
We can definitely look at those options. I know from the standpoint of the past, what we've found, particularly when it comes to students, and we've talked on professional campuses, or when it comes to just the seminars, hearing from people that have gone through similar and come out on the other side always really helps. And so as long as they're willing for us to share their story, we most definitely would be willing to do either way, working with you all. Not sure what you all's newsletter includes, being interim right now as this director, as well as with the Dental Association.
Very good. Dr. Yu.
And thanks for the report, and thank you for what you do. You know, I know when Eden was there, PRN actually put out a little blurb in the TDA newsletter that goes out to every dentist and hygienist. But you know, one of the things that I wanted to kind of reiterate, and my issue with that newsletter was that it wasn't clear that if a licensee volunteers to be in PRN, that is confidential, and so that's a big stickler for them. And some of them that need help, they're hesitant that the board will find out. And of course, you know, you're obligated to report if they don't follow through. But you know, I just wanted to make that clear that hey, it's probably important to mention that in any kind of communication.
Absolutely. No, I 100% agree. And what I will do, Dr. Yu, is I know we regularly have it, and as a licensed pharmacist myself, you know, seeing that in that newsletter, I'll look to see what Eden had done. And I think I saw it in the report she had done right before she left. I'll look at that and see if we can't make that language tighter and regularly have something for Casey and her team that send out with their regular newsletters. Absolutely, because it is all confidential and such, and we want to protect that confidentiality.
Very good. Any other questions, board? Well, again, we appreciate you stepping in I'm sorry, Dr. Meltzer.
Thank you for the report, Ms. Garza. I was just wondering, and I didn't have a chance to write the numbers down as you were speaking, but in comparison from this time last year to now, I know with COVID, the pandemic, was there an increase or was it about the same as far as the individuals that were in the program?
Good question. I'm actually,
we all know what the pandemic has done to some individuals, you know, as far as the emotional and the stress that it's brought on. So I was just curious.
Yeah, no, I just actually pulled up that report because I did not have a comparison, but I'm looking at Q2 of 2020. So it looks like we had like 42 or 44 at that time. And now we're at 37 for this Q2. So it's gone down some. I know we've seen that in some of the other programs as well. And that will be something we can definitely work with Casey and her team just to make sure people are aware of the program. I don't know if I know some of the boards maybe hadn't had some of their regular meetings in the past, not saying that's just been the case here, but just the transition in general to the virtual had not had things as timely as they'd been done in the past. But I think the numbers are pretty close, but they are down some, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you again. And any other comments, board? Seeing none, again, thank you for stepping in, and we look forward to meeting the new director and seeing your work continue.
Absolutely. Well, thank y'all very much. I appreciate it.
Very good. Dr. Kirsch, could you do us a discussion on the actions of the licensing committee report and recommendations?
Yes, sir. And I want to thank all my committee members. Yesterday, we met at 10 o'clock. Ms. Lois Palermo, Dr. Linda Burke, myself, Dr. Tillman, and Ms. Sists were all present. Dr. Melcher did have an excuse, and she and I were able to talk last night, and I got her caught up on everything that we discussed. So the first order of business that we discussed, the TDA had been receiving a lot of concerned students with the April exam, REB exam coming up, whether they needed to find a live patient or whether they're going to use a simulated test. And we reassured them and the TDA that the rule 101.2 is still in effect. That rule has not changed. The rule that was proposed by the board is sitting on the governor's desk, and we're still waiting on the governor to decide what he's going to do with that. So, and anyone listening, I want to assure all the dental students that whatever the REB or any exam accepts, the board will accept. And if the governor 5 months from now were to say, yes, we need live patients versus simulation, those exams would not be retroactive. We would count them and move forward with the exam they took. Ms. Nichols, would you like to add anything to that?
Nope, you said everything perfectly. Thank you, Dr. Kirsch.
Okay. The second order of business we had some stakeholders who reached out to the state board concerning the public health specialty, that dentists from foreign countries were coming over, not going through a CDA or a CODA accredited school, and doing their 2-year residency and coming out and being able to practice. And I'll defer this to Ms. Studdard, which I believe the committee the staff is going to look at it and try to change some rules and bring it back to our committee meeting at the next board meeting that we have. Ms. Studdard, is that correct?
Correct.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Melcher, did you have a question or observation?
Just a comment. Dr. Kirsch just wanted to also include the dental hygienist also in your statement.
Yes.
You mentioned dental students. It's also dental hygiene students as well.
And then, okay, the letter, yeah. So yeah, 101.2 and 103.2. Sorry, yes, that's right.
Thank you. Ms. Jones.
That was the same thing as Dr. Melcher said. I was going to make the same point, but thank you.
Sorry about that, guys. Yes, that is correct.
No worries.
Our next item was possible discussion and action for board exemption to board rule for DDS1. He withdrew his application because it wasn't complete, so there was a non-vote on that. Our next item was exception to board rule again by Dr. Thacker, and I believe she is with us today. I'm not sure, and but she is a dentist that had been through. She graduated dental school here in California. She passed her REBS, but has never practiced in the United States or the District of Columbia. She has been a Canadian practicing dentist for her whole career, and she wanted exception to board rule 101.3A2 that says that a current licensing as a dentist in good standing in another state or the District of Columbia, which she has not. So the board voted unanimously to not grant her exception to board rule.
We do have Dr. Thacker on the line.
Okay.
Is she is she with us?
She doesn't have
Yes.
her enabled, but she has on here.
Okay, Dr. Thacker, welcome to the board. You spoke yesterday to the committee. We appreciate that. Today, that is coming up for board vote. If you would like to make comment, and if you could, again, keep your comments to 5 minutes, we appreciate you, and you have the floor.
Thank you, and good morning.
Good morning.
And thank you for allowing me to talk today. And I have a couple of questions. I did try to present my case yesterday, and I got emotional, so I'm sorry about that. But I have a couple of questions. When we there was a comment was clear that if the PBIS had approved or processed my request, then also would I be denied? So what would be the reason for that denial? Was it because I'm not a dentist? Would they still would have considered my time period of practicing in Canada or not? Because that's what it said.
So,
Mendez.
Go ahead, Dr. Kirsch.
I'll turn it over to Ms. Mendez on that.
Yes.
So good morning, board members. So just to reiterate what Dr. Thacker is saying, she initially started the process with PBIS back in July. It just happened to be on the date that we no longer were using PBIS, and TSBDE took on the credentialing review ourselves. So Dr. Thacker's question was, had she gone through that PBIS process? Because I believe she was going through that process, and there was some technical issues that happened with PBIS's website, so she wasn't able to finish that. So her question was, had she gone through the PBIS process, would we have TSBDE still denied her application? And that was the question she had yesterday, and my response was yes. So it sounds like she's asking again, if PBIS, she would have gone through that process, would we still have denied her? And the answer is yes, and we would have, TSBDE staff would have denied her application based on the rule 103, I'm sorry, 10, that's for hygiene, 101.3, which does require the applicant to be in good standing in another state, District of Columbia, or territory of the United States.
My question is, like, I understand that I understand what you are saying, but my question is, like, there are two separate things, right? If the PBIS had approved it, they would approve the time, but I don't have the license in United States. So if I can have a license in another state and you could consider the time my practice, would I be considered? That's two separate things. Could get a separate license in another state, which I could get it, but I won't be having the 3 years. So would you consider the time that was practiced in Canada? Would that be the reason? That was the reason, like, what would be the denial?
Yes, Ms. Mendez.
So, Dr. Thacker, to respond to your question, if you had an out-of-state license, would TSBDE accept it? So yes, but you would have had to still have the 3 years of practice in that state. Now, if you had an out-of-state license and you decided you wanted to come to Texas, and you know what, you don't have the 3 years that is required by licensure by credentials, then staff would refer you to, or give you the option of applying by temporary licensure by credentials, which allows applicants to practice in Texas until they meet that 3-year requirement. However, it does limit the practice to a nonprofit organization.
Okay. Thank you very much for the clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you again. Ms. Palermo.
Yeah, I was just going to say too, does that make her out of the course of doing licensure by credentials because her web exam would be more than 5 years prior?
She would have to re-examine.
Right.
Yep.
Any other questions, board? Dr. McNeil.
Obviously, as a Canadian, you all probably expect me to weigh in on this, and so I have a couple questions. You know, well, I'll make a brief comment. This all seems ridiculous, and I've had trouble with licensure before, and if I do have the ability to be on the board again, I'd love to participate in the licensure committee. It is so a remedial here is if she goes ahead and takes the REB exam, although she's went to dental school in the United States, passed the REB exam, she retakes the REB exam, then she can get a Texas license that way. Is that a correct statement, Ms. Mendez?
I wouldn't just say REB. I would say she passes a regional examining board. Yes, she can apply by examination.
And then my second question is, what sort of information are we able to get from foreign countries like Canada on a practitioner's disciplinary history? Is there a free exchange of information back and forth in that respect?
Not, we would still request a verification of licensure. In my experience here, which I've only had to deal with Canada twice, it's not very easy to get the verification from them.
It's not easy where we have to reach out multiple times, or the report you get just does not have disciplinary actions on it.
So the information that we get from them is not specific. They don't give us everything that we need. In reference to
what do you mean by that?
So it's just a matter of Dr. McNeil holds a good standing license or a current license. It doesn't give us the issue date. It doesn't give us a couple of things that we look for just to match, because we want to make sure it's valid with the application that the person submits. And it's just a comparison with that. We've gone back and forth with them a couple of times. And eventually, after a lot of back and forth, then we will get it. But it's not very easy for the applicant, because we don't just jump right in and start doing the work for the applicant. We leave it for the applicant to get this information together. And then, of course, after going round and round, then it's like, you know what, let's just reach out to them, to Canada, and get the information we need.
And so specifically for this candidate in question, do we have any disciplinary information on this candidate?
We do not.
And by that, meaning we don't know if there was or was not disciplinary action on the dentist?
Correct.
May I say something?
Dr. Thacker, yes, go ahead.
Well, I have spoken to my dental board, and as far as I know, they have when we requested this time, they answered it in less than a week. And also all the favor they needed was that right now, because of the COVID, they wanted to send electronically in a PDF from their website to the Texas website. And it was directly from their email address. And they are willing to give any other information that you are, they are very communicable and amiable. They are willing to give any other information if you need it. And so I don't know, this time, the Alberta Dental Association and college had been okay and very good when I had to communicate with anything. And in my opinion, I had it very prompt replies. And I have all the copies. They more than twice. They submitted to PBIS a certain date and also submitted to the DAD more than once.
Thanks. Ms. Palermo.
Yes, I was just going to ask Miss Mendez if she knows how many of the the rules that we are saying whereby she doesn't fulfill, so she can't be licensed here. How many of those things are set in statute and would need to be changed in order to do that?
Exactly.
Because the statute would need to be changed. I mean, it's not
Right.
just our rules that are keeping her
Right now,
from it.
Christine.
So I can't remember. I think it's section 256. I didn't. It is in statute where it does say, I think it's 256-101, but let me double check.
Can I say something?
While they're looking, yes, Dr. Thacker.
So in that sections, if we were to look for when I was looking at, my understanding is not as great as yours, but I still would like to try that. What I understood when I was reading the applications, that I needed to be a CODA accredited, and if I was a faculty member at a CODA school. And on the Texas Board website, the CODA explains is the Commission on Dental Accreditation, American Dental Association. But CODA also means that Commission on Dental Accreditation. So isn't the Canadian schools are interchangeable for the license? I also did my dental hygiene schooling, practice as a hygienist for 3 years. I've taken live implant courses and Invisaligns. I do everything for the dentistry. I've done a lot of at least more than 200 root canals, and and also I've finished my schooling in India and in US. So I kind of think that if I got a license that is reciprocal in certain states, such as Maine or even Maryland, then can I automatically transfer by the credential because of the practicing here? If the PBI was a part of it, it would have included the required time needed as a qualification for credential licensure level 2, that they have it written in that one, and I have submitted a copy of that to the board as well. So
Dr.
in the COVID situation, what I'm looking, yes.
Yes, Ms. Mendez.
Yes, sir. So I did find it. It's 256.101, number 9. It doesn't say state as it does in our rule. It just says has been endorsed by the Board of Dentistry in the jurisdiction in which the applicant practices at the time of application.
Very good. Any other discussion? Yes, Dr. Henderson.
I was just going to call the question.
Thank you.
Oh, there's no other question.
Do we have any other questions? Seeing none,
This does not need a motion since it came out of committee.
Thank you.
And it was voted on unanimously in committee.
Very good. Thank you. We have a motion before the committee. Doesn't need a second. Dr. Kirsch, could you have a roll call, please?
Yes. Dr. David Tillman.
In favor?
Dr. George Keir.
Just point of information. In favor of the motion to deny. Is that?
That's right.
Oh, thank you.
Exception to board rule. Yes, for licensure.
Thank
you. Dr. David Tillman.
In favor.
Dr. George Kirch. In favor. Ms. Lois Palermo.
In favor.
Dr. Brian Henderson.
In favor.
Dr. David Yu.
In favor.
Dr. Robert McNeil.
Against.
Dr. Linda Burke.
In favor.
Mrs. Lori Jones.
Favor.
Was that in favor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Margot Melcher.
Or
The motion carries 8-1.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsten. Thank you, board. Dr. Thacker, you obviously have interactions with the board, and all the best. If you need more help, and all the best in your future. Thank you. Dr. Kirsch.
Yes, still moving on.
Yes, thank you.
The next item was discussion of possible action on code 101.2, licensure by examination, and that was removing the NERB and inserting the CDCA. With that attachment, we also voted to become a member state. And that, of course, would need a board approval on that, but it was voted in committee by unanimous. And so was the rule by taking out NERB and inserting CDCA.
So to be clear, point of information, did we have two separate votes or was that one vote?
We wrapped it into one vote.
Okay.
We wrapped it into one vote.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we have a committee recommendation, doesn't need a second. Any discussion, board? Dr. Henderson.
So I'm too a little confused. Is this for both the dental hygiene and dental rule?
We're going to do, Brian, the next one is the dental hygiene. We're going to do them separately because we did them separately in the committee meeting. So yes, the next one will be on hygiene and it's exactly the same.
That's what I didn't know what was combined.
Yes, no, we did not combine those. We combined to remove the NERB and add CDCA along becoming a member state of the CDCA.
Very good.
But
Thank
this,
you.
but this
Does that clarify it?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
So this specifically for dentists.
Yes.
Ms. Jones, did you have a comment or?
It was the same question as Dr. Henderson. Thank you.
Dr. Yu.
Just point of clarification. So the reason why we are obviously accepting CDCA is because of the name change, because it used to be Northeast Regional Board. Is that correct? And so that automatically we become a member state, and we obviously accept their regional examinations. But so any regional board on that list can test in Texas, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so by doing this, we're automatically part of CDCA, apparently, or is it just kind of our vote to be a member state?
But it is our vote, and by being a member state, that gives us a voice on the CDCA. Right
Okay,
now,
so-
we don't have a voice on the CDCA and how they administer or how they write the exam.
How does that impact our rule? Because what we're voting on is the name change and the fact that we accept CDCA. So is there a rule that we need to propose to be a member state, or is it's just internal?
Just internal.
Ms. Nichols states it's just internal.
Okay.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jones.
It's just point of information. We still do need to vote on if we're going to be a member state or not, correct? Because I know like for credits, we're a member state for hygiene, but not dental.
That's right.
Okay.
Correct.
We do need to vote on this. Yes.
Dr. Henderson.
Well, that's what I was going to clarify. This is both to be a member and the rule change. Wanted to make sure everybody understands that.
Is the board clear? Good. Dr. McNeil.
I'd like to offer an amendment.
Okay.
And we are talking about Rule 103.2.
We're not on that rule yet. We're still on 101.2.
On 101.2?
Yeah,
Yes,
that's the one we're on.
Okay.
The next one is hygiene.
Oh,
This is 101.2 just for dentists.
correct.
103.2 is for hygienists.
Our discussion is limited to 101.2 related to dentists.
We are not combining the dentist and the hygiene in one rule. They're two separate rules, and we're leaving them that way.
Gotcha. So based on that, I'd like to make an amendment of striking the line under C2 that states examination results will be accepted for 5 years from the date of the examination. And can I have discussion on the purpose of that
So
amendment now?
you can clarify and then we'll need a second.
And my point of clarification here is, one, oral surgeons get trapped in this a fair amount. We have 6-year programs where people go on and do fellowships. They've done the reb exam, for instance, in dental school. They finish their residency and then they decide to go to practice in a certain location, and they took the reb just over 5 years ago because they're in year 6, and so it traps them up. The second issue, someone like we just talked about, this candidate that was trying to get a license here, went to an American dental school, passed an American regional examination, and the only way for her to get a license back in Texas is to retake a regional exam despite having practiced for some time.
Well, the reason she didn't get her license is not because she took the exam 5 years ago. It's because she's practiced in Canada and never practiced in the United States.
Right. And so if she retakes the regional exam, then she can.
Right.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Sorry. Yes. But that was not part of the committee, that rule. I'll defer back to Ms. Studdard or Ms. Nichols. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Studdard.
So if the board votes to make that change, I'll have to re-propose the rule for public comment.
That's right.
So I have an amendment brought forward by Dr. McNeil. I need a second to have further discussion. And then if the board does pass that, we'll have to resubmit that for public comment. So do I have a second for Dr. McNeil's amendment? Dr.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Yes, Dr. Yu.
Ms. Mendez, I believe you were handling that internally because if they're, and obviously part of the rule is that they have to be in practice for 3 out of the 5 years. And if an oral surgery resident can show proof that they're being paid, that's pretty definitive proof that they've been, quote, in practice. So am I mistaken on that?
Ms. Mendez.
No, Dr. Yu, you're not. You're correct. I believe at the previous board meeting, we had a pediatric dentist come in. And yes, we were able to handle that internally. She was able to provide proof that she did receive a stipend during her residency, and we were able to accept it. And she's now licensed and practicing.
That's right.
So, Ms. Mendez, so in your opinion, do you feel like there's a need for this amendment, or will it be, I don't want to go outside your lane and make you step out there, but I'd like a legal opinion, maybe perhaps Ms. Studdard.
I actually will defer to Ms. Mendez if she sees the need for this change.
Thank you.
I do not. I think that we have internally made some changes and updates to our processes. And, if board identifies any other issues that maybe we can internally change without having to make a rule change, we're more than happy. We're more than happy to do that.
Dr. McNeil.
I'll respectfully disagree, just from the standpoint that I know we've had several people asking for exceptions to rules based on that. I think we had the military spouse was one of the issues, perhaps, but several people are just past the 5-year timeline, and I don't know what the magic is there. And especially for people who are practicing, and especially if we can get acceptable verification that they have no disciplinary actions, none of it makes sense to make someone retake it.
Thank you. Ms. Jones.
Yes, thank you. I can understand and appreciate where Dr. McNeil is coming from. For me, my concern in removing this line number 2 is even just upon initial licensure. So if we remove this, would that then give a potential licensee the ability to wait 10 years, 15 years, 20 years to even submit their initial application, and we would accept it because we don't have this time limit?
I totally
I guess
agree.
maybe
with
that's
Ms.
more for
Jones.
Ms. Mendez.
Yeah, I'd like to remind everyone too that
Ms. Jones has the floor, and Ms. Jones, referring to Ms. Mendez, what's your interpretation of that? And again, looking for a legal opinion, if this amendment passes to remove the 5-year requirement.
Again, Dr. Tillman, I'm going to defer to Ms. Mendez. I'm not too familiar about our processes regarding this part of the rule.
So to answer the question, Ms. Jones, you're correct. So I think that we would see more of licensees allowing their license to cancel rather than putting it on a retired status because they know they can just come back and apply whenever they're ready without no issues. I think if we remove that line, we potentially would have to look at, or we should look at, or you, however you decide you want us to do that. But we should also look at the rule for licensure by credentials and maybe revisit that and tweak it to do. So it, to me, would be more than just drawing that line.
Thank you. And Dr. Kirsch, I'm sorry to cut you off. Did you have any other comments?
Well, yeah, I just want to remind, we're here to protect the public, not our specialties, not our countrymen, the public. And I think this is the best way of doing that, is leaving the rule intact and leaving it the way it is, to be honest with you.
Thank you. Dr. Henderson, then Dr. McNeil, then Dr. Yu. Dr. Henderson.
So I think this has already been published, and this is an adopting rule change. And so if we strike this line, we've got to resubmit it. I would say that this sounds like a subject that has dramatic impact that Ms. Jones has pointed out, and I understand what Dr. McNeil's trying to do. I would like to say we adopt it as written, and if we make a motion to send it back to the licensing committee for consideration and proposed changes. But if I'm mistaken, Ms. Studdard, could you have something you wanted to say about that?
I do, and my apologies, I misspoke. This rule has not been published yet.
Oh, okay.
So y'all are free to make changes, and we wouldn't have to republish it because it hasn't been published yet.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. McNeil. Oh, Dr. Henderson, were you finished?
So well, the last thing I'm totally in agreement with Ms. Jones. I know I have classmates that have never held a handpiece, graduating 30 years, and they went on and did other things. But now that removing, if I read it right and understand it right, they haven't practiced dentistry and they could apply for a license. And Ms. Mendez pointed out, people who get into trouble, let their licensing lapse, go away and then reapply, and they certainly could. So I think it probably needs to be studied before we make knee-jerk changes, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. McNeil.
Based on all the discussion and the general consensus that's going on, and I can totally appreciate where everyone's coming from, I'll withdraw my amendment.
Thank you. So, Dr. Yu, do you have any other comments?
Yes. Number one, I think my issue with the 5 years, and I am in agreement with Dr. McNeil, is that, why are we penalizing dentists that choose to, better themselves through residency? Because we don't consider residency to be working. And so the ticking time clock starts during residency. And, a lot of residencies aren't paid. Orthodontics, some perio, endo, and to me, that's where I sort of, that's why I agree with Dr. McNeil. But I do agree that we should have a time frame in terms of how, the regional exams are valid, so to speak. But if anything, I would like the committee to explore that. And can we put it on dental practice committee?
So that will be a recommendation for staff, and staff can look into that. And if y'all could review that, that would be great. Dr. Kirsch, we are back to the original motion.
Right.
Does this complete your discussion? And if so, if there are no other comments, we will need a roll call vote. Dr. Kirsch.
All right, Dr. David Tillman.
In favor.
Dr. George Kirch, in favor. Ms. Lois Palermo.
In favor?
Dr. Brian Henderson.
For.
Dr. David Yu.
In favor.
Dr. Robert McNeil.
In favor?
Dr. Linda Burke.
Or
Mrs. Lori Jones.
In favor.
Dr. Margot Melcher.
In favor.
Okay, that motion carries unanimously.
Very good. It's 10:30 right now. We've covered a lot of ground. I would like to have a 15-minute break for us. I have 10:28, so I will adjourn us until 10:45 a.m. and then we will continue your report, Dr. Kirsch. So,
Okay, thank you.
Adjourn. Thank you. Be back in 15 minutes.
Yes.
We have to do research on this like residency issue, and I do it because of this.
Oh, he said, I understand exactly what he's talking about. It's unrelated to me because I didn't catch it in time. He wants us to look into determining whether we'll accept residency as the practice of industry because it's paid for purposes of these rules or exception to rules. This is what we talked about at the last. Gotcha, thank you. I'm not gonna text him. I just didn't catch, I didn't.
Hey, board office, board office,
Neil, you guys may
Yes.
want to mute yourselves.
Yeah, you're still streaming.
Dr. Tillman
Audio.
still live and Ms. Studer is not on mute. Yeah.
I'm done. I don't need.
We'll just be quiet. Okay. So, for a term of 2 years. They may be reappointed. Copy and paste that. Thank you. I'm not sure, but I'm sure Christine has more easily able to say. Yeah. I'm a little frustrated with that. Mhm. Yeah. 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 I know. Yeah. Like Stuttgart. Was kind of like everybody said Cohen. There was like yeah, it was up last name. Yeah, at least Nichols is pretty. You can put it on mute.
Good. David, can you hear me? I can't hear you.
They got you turned off, George, so we can't have a meeting.
It's unmuted.
When it starts back, we can have a meeting, but you can't. Sorry, you can't talk.
All right.
Thank you, Brian.
It's our friendly way of cutting you off.
Yeah, yeah.
Just a reminder, we are live streaming.
But we'll be
But we're
back
here.
in about 3 minutes. Tell me when we can go. Okay. So I will go ahead and call our meeting back to order. I have 10:45. Dr. Kirsch, we had passed 101.2. If you would like to continue with your committee report.
Yes, Dr. Tillman, thank you. Next on the agenda was possible action on code 103.2, licensure by examination, dental hygiene. This is exactly as the dentist. We just wanted to keep them separate, and it's the same proposed rule that we did for the dentist, changing the nerve to the CDCA.
Right, and so this is a committee recommendation, doesn't need a second.
Yep.
Any discussion, board? Seeing none, Dr. Kirsch, could you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Dr. David Tillman.
Approved.
Point of order.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Jones.
Is this to also make us a member state for hygiene?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I approve.
Okay, Dr. George Kirch in favor. Ms. Lois Palermo.
In favor.
Dr. Brian Henderson.
For.
Dr. David Yu.
In favor.
Dr. Robert McNeil.
In favor.
Dr. Linda Burke.
For.
Mrs. Lori Jones.
For.
And Dr. Margot Melcher.
For.
And that motion carries unanimously, Dr. Tillman.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsten, board. Committee recommendation on proposed rule from December 11, 2020 board meeting 22 at Texas Administrative Code 108.54 about advertising specialties published in the January 8th, 2021 edition of Texas Register. Dr. Kirsch.
Yes, and the board, the committee approved this unanimously as well.
Thank you. So we have a committee recommendation, doesn't need a second. Any discussion, board? Seeing none. Dr. Kirsch, a roll call.
Dr. David Tillman.
In favor?
Dr. George Kirch in favor. Ms. Lois Palermo.
In favor.
Dr. Brian Henderson.
For.
Dr. David Yu.
In favor.
Dr. Robert McNeil.
In favor.
Dr. Linda Burke.
For.
Mrs. Lori Jones.
Favor.
And Dr. Margot Melcher.
For.
And that carries unanimously as well, Dr. Tillman.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsch and board. Committee recommendation on possible action currently proposed rule from December 11, 2020 board meeting 2022 Texas Administrative Code 119.1 oral medicine published in the January 8, 2021 edition of Texas Register. Dr. Kirsch.
And again, this without discussion passed unanimously. I think Ms. Palermo had a question regarding oral medicine, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Palermo if she would like to have that same discussion now.
So again, board, we have a committee recommendation, doesn't need a second discussion. Ms. Palermo.
Well, I was just asking what all oral medicine entailed as far as a specialty. And I guess it was for specific specialty needs patients, right, Dr. Kirsch?
Yes, that was it. And that's what we concurred. Yes.
Very good. Any other discussion? Seeing done, Dr. Kirsch, roll call.
Dr. David Tillman.
For.
Dr. George Kirch in favor. Ms. Lois Palermo.
For.
Dr. Brian Henderson.
For.
Dr. David Yu.
In favor.
Dr. Robert McNeil.
For.
Dr. Linda Burke.
For.
Mrs. Lori Jones.
Favor.
And Dr. Margot Melcher.
For.
And that carries unanimously, Dr. Tillman.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsch and board. Discussion committee recommendation on possible action currently proposed rule from December 11, 2020, board meeting 22 Texas Administrative Code 119.11, dental anesthesiology published in the January 8, 2021 edition of the Texas Register. Dr. Kirsch.
And again, this passed unanimously and we did not have any discussion.
Very good. So we do have a committee recommendation for the board. Doesn't need a second. Any discussion? Dr. Henderson? You in favor?
No, I am in favor.
Okay. Very good. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Kirsch?
Dr. David Tillman,
In favor?
Dr. George Kirch, in favor. Ms. Lois Palermo,
For.
Dr. Brian Henderson,
Or,
Dr. David Yu,
Very much in favor.
Dr. Robert McNeil,
In favor?
Dr. Linda Burke,
Or.
Mrs. Lori Jones,
Favor.
and Dr. Margot Melcher.
Or,
Perfect. And that carries unanimously.
Thank
And
you.
our-
Kirsch
Yep.
and Dr. Ford. Yeah.
Go ahead, Dr. Tillman.
Committee recommendation on the possible action on currently proposed rule on the December 11, 2020 board meeting on 22 Texas Administrative Code 119.12 oral facial pain, published in the January 8, 2021 edition of the Texas Register. Dr. Kirsch.
This, we did have some discussion concerning, I was concerned if TMJ specialists or TMJ guys were going to call themselves specialists because of this. And also Dr. Tillman brought up the Botox situation that we have going on right now. And do you want to elaborate on that, Dr. Tillman? Or
No,
but
so yeah.
Okay, and the rule did pass unanimously in committee.
Very good. So we have a committee recommendation, doesn't need a second. Any discussion, board?
Dr. Kirsch, could you please reiterate what it is that we're voting on?
This is Administrative Code 119.12 oral facial pain, as published in the January 2021 edition of the Texas Registry.
So Dr. Melcher, if I could add, this is a recognition of oral facial pain as a dental subspecialty.
Right.
Thank you. Is this with extra educational experience, or is there any criteria to this?
Dr. Henderson?
Thank you, board. I wanted to point out what you're voting on is a language of who they are. It was already adopted by a prior vote in Rule 108.54, and it stipulates what that specialty is, and it tells you educationally qualified dentist that's completed a program of 2 or more years in a specialty accredited by the Commission of Dental Accreditation of the American Dental Association. So we're not creating that. It's already been created. We're just recognizing it. So if someone wants to call themselves that, they need to meet this rule criteria in order to be called that. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Dr. Henderson.
Yeah, that was perfect. Thank you, Dr. Henderson.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, Dr. Kirsch.
Dr. David Tillman.
Favor?
Dr. George Kirch, in favor. Ms. Lois Palermo.
In favor.
Dr. Brian Henderson.
Or.
Dr. David Yu.
In favor.
Dr. Robert McNeil.
In favor.
Dr. Linda Burke.
Or.
Ms. Lori Jones.
Favor.
And Dr. Margot Melcher.
Or.
And that carries unanimously, Dr. Tillman.
Thank you.
We did not have any public comments, but we did have stakeholders that sent in the letters concerning the dental public health residency, which we have already talked about, and also the TDA sent a letter concerning the students, whether live patients or not, and we've already addressed that. There were no announcements, and we adjourned about 10:45, and that concludes my report from the licensing committee meeting.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kirsch and your committee. We appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Yes. Dr. Yu, discussion on possible action on dental practice committee report and recommendation. Committee recommendation on possible action on dentists administering COVID vaccine. It's yours.
Thanks, Dr. Tillman. first of all, I'd like to thank my committee, my dental practice committee members, Ms. Jones, Dr. Tillman, Dr. Henderson, as well as the guidance of Ms. Nichols, Ms. Studdard, and Ms. Camp. With the first item agenda, we talked about as Dr. Tillman was saying, about the administration of COVID-19 vaccination. I'd like to turn that over to Ms. Nichols, and I can, chime in if needed. Thank you.
Ms. Nichols.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Hughes. So currently there's 24 states that allow dentists to administer the COVID-19 vaccine and 9 states that allow dental hygienists to administer the vaccine. So of those states, they either had a statute change or an executive order which allowed dentists to vaccinate. This is generally because it's considered outside the scope of practice for a dentist to vaccinate. At AADB, we did learn that in North Carolina, they allowed their dentists to vaccinate by executive order. Their governor allowed it. And so far, only 12 dental offices have actually registered to give vaccinations because of all the requirements and the loophole and hoops that you have to jump through in order to vaccinate. They did lay out in North Carolina 3 specific criteria. The dentist could work in a medical clinic under a MD or DO. The dentist could work at a clinic or vaccination event, or the dentist could vaccinate in their office, provided that they sign an agreement with CDC. And they had a lot of extra requirements to lay out for their dental office. They had to have the capacity for storage, handling the vaccine, and they could seek reimbursement for this under this program plan that they have in North Carolina. Bottom line for us here in Texas right now is that the agency will either need some type of legislative change or executive order to allow dentists to vaccinate. It's my understanding that in Texas, HHSC and DSHS is not currently registering dentists to vaccinate, because right now the issue is not the number of practitioners eligible to vaccinate, but the shortage of vaccines. So should there be an influx of vaccines into the state, hopefully we will be able to get our dentists up and running to vaccinate the population here in Texas. Thank you, Dr. Yu.
Thank you.
Very good. So there's not a specific motion on the floor, just a kind of a clarification. I don't know if you would feel comfortable clarifying or expanding on President Biden talked last night about including dentists. Ms. Nichols.
Sure. So I'm going to give the caveat that I have not looked into this super thoroughly because we were preparing for the board meeting today. But Ms. Studdard and I will review the PrEP Act in greater detail after the meeting. But it's my understanding that the PrEP Act protects medical professionals who are eligible to vaccinate. It does not necessarily give certain medical professionals the ability to vaccinate. But again, we will be looking into this, and we will put out information on our website or send an email blast or both once we determine how the PrEP Act will affect our licensees. Thank you.
So to be clear, currently dentists are prohibited in the state of Texas from giving the vaccine.
It's considered outside the scope of practice, yes.
Very good. Thank you. Dr. Yu.
I think Dr. Henderson had a question.
Thank you, Dr. Henderson.
Go along this, and I spoke yesterday that I thought dentists could volunteer to actually administer vaccine at the various clinics if they wanted to under a licensed physician direction. And I was, because medical people can direct whoever they want. I got a text from a friend of mine who wanted to volunteer and sign up for the Medical Reserve Corps and volunteer to give vaccines. And they were going to allow him, but he has a retired or non-existent dental license. And so the question that he posed to me was, is there an opportunity where someone could be reinstated if they had a good dental license to just administer the vaccine? Now, this is just something I'm going to add to Ms. Nichols as we look at this tough act as a request, because I found that an interesting question. Because I did say that yesterday and I'm paying for it today.
Every good act, right? So, Dr. McNeil.
And just to Dr. Henderson's point, I think there are several states, and I believe Texas may be one of them, that an expired medical license, they were able to administer vaccinations. And, my own opinion on this is if the governor thought that we could play a role, then as dentists, we give more injections than any profession. And I think we can play a role as supply and demand issues certainly sort out. So I'd welcome that opportunity for dentists to participate.
Thank you. Dr. Meltzer.
Ms. Nichols, does this also apply to hygienists? Would they also be able to do this as well?
Well, we're saying that that dentists cannot do it. So,
but if it were granted that dentists could, I would think we would also want to look into see if it's the option for the hygienist too. We have.
True, possibly. Currently, right now, 24 states allow dentists, only 9 states allow dental hygienists. So we'd have to see what orders came through from the governor's office, but certainly they could be included as well.
I would just like to note that if the discussion does go forward, to also maybe include them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Meltzer. Dr. Henderson.
So to go along with Dr. Meltzer's request, I'm going to tell you, I would think they're equally as capable of administering that as your pharmacist at the Kroger pharmacy. So if there was any concern, you're going to be under a supervised. Now, if they went out and did it on their own, maybe not. But if they're under some kind of regulation like we would be in a medical directed, I would support it.
Very good. Dr. You.
Well, and thank you for all the comments. And I think we're a little bit premature on this, and in light of President Biden's announcement that that he wants dentists and vets to, get to be allowed to give the vaccines. I think, things will probably move in that direction. But again, I would just direct the legal and our executive director to kind of look into what our role will be based on the legislature and the governor's office. And the system is already in place, as I mentioned in our committee, where if we're allowed to do it, there is training through the CDC website. Online course to be able to do it, but we'll just keep our fingers crossed and see what we can do.
Thank you, Dr. Yu. Ms. Jones.
I just had a clarification. If dentists are not allowed to administer the COVID-19 vaccine, are they allowed to administer any vaccines?
That would be outside the scope of our discussion.
This question, or if this,
I don't think.
I would say no.
Right. So I would say no as well. I mean, currently, I think if I recall, and Dr. Henderson and Dr. Yu can correct me if I'm wrong, that was discussed at AADB about dental practitioners are not administering the flu vaccine, at dental clinics. So that's not a question that we get.
Yeah, that's as far as we know, we're not allowed to, and. Yes. And in reality, even if dentists are allowed to give the COVID vaccine, I doubt many will want to continue, flu shots and all that. This is just because we feel like we want to add our skill set, as Dr. McNeil said, as the experts in injections. And there's no one better at doing that. And we feel like we have something to contribute to it.
Dr. Yi, would you like to continue your discussion related to rulemaking pertaining to Botox?
Yes. Our next committee agenda item was, we talked about Botox, and, in the end, we deferred to board staff to determine really the best way to communicate the standard of care in terms of injectables, and either to keep our existing policy statement, amend it, or create a new rule. So they were kind of looking into that. And anything you want to add, Ms. Studdard or Ms. Nichols?
Nope.
Nothing to add. So thank you.
Thank you.
Committee recommendation on possible action on currently proposed rule from December 11, 2020, board meeting 22 Texas Administrative Code 108.8 records of the dentist published in the January 8, 2021 edition of the Texas Register. Dr. Yu.
Thank you, Dr. Tillman. We unanimously agreed to adopt an amended rule to 108.8, as you mentioned, which is saying the maximum a dentist can charge. Keep in mind, to duplicate a cone beam CT is $30. So just in alignment with our other, recommendations, we wanted to add the new technology of cone beam CTs. And we felt that $30 is a reasonable fee. And again, this was a unanimous vote to, adopt this. Thank you.
Very good. So we have a committee recommendation. Doesn't need a second. Board discussion. Seeing none, Dr. Kirsch, could you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Dr. David Tillman.
In favor.
Dr. George Kirch in favor. Ms. Lois Palermo.
In favor.
Dr. Brian Henderson.
Or.
Dr. David Yu.
In favor.
Dr. Robert McNeil.
In favor.
Dr. Linda Burke.
Or.
Mrs. Lori Jones.
Favor.
And Dr. Margot Melcher.
For.
The motion carries unanimously, Dr. Tillman.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsch, and thank you, board.
Thank you. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Very good. We appreciate you and the work of the committee. Thank you very much. Dr. Henderson, possible discussion on anesthesia committee report and recommendation and possible action on data points board staff can provide to the advisory committee on dental anesthesia.
Yes, Dr. Tillman, I want to thank my committee members, Dr. Yu, Dr. McNeil, Dr. Burke, and you, of course, Dr. Tillman, for participating with staff yesterday on our very lively anesthesia committee meeting. I want to thank the board as well for recognizing the specialty of anesthesia as we move forward. But on the first agenda item on the committee recommendation, possible action of data points supplied to the advisory committee of dental anesthesia, we basically created some ramifications and some parameters that we're going to ask Dr. Bell to add to the DRP worksheet so that we can start maybe tracking that data and supplying it to the committee so they can give us better data back. Dr. Bell, is that your understanding, and are we good with what we supplied to you yesterday?
Thank you. Yes, sir. I have a pretty good guide here. The request that could be data points, the effort will be made to try to add that to the worksheet that DRP already completes. The requests that are a little bit more narrative in nature, I may have to work on a solution and then come back to y'all for more guidance. But yes, I think we had a great discussion, have a lot to work with.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Bell, and thank you, committee. So nothing as far as an action, just a dialogue between Dr. Bell and my committee as we try to improve our reports and the data that we're tracking as far as morbidity and mortality for the state. Any questions, board members?
Any questions, board? Seeing none, continue with the committee recommendation on possible action on currently proposed rule from December 11th, 2020, board meeting 22, Texas Administrative Code 108.7, minimal standard of care, general, published in the January 8, 2021 edition of the Texas Register. Dr. Henderson.
Yes, Dr. Tillman, that's correct. Out of committee, we came out with a vote of 4-1 to support and adopt this rule as published in the Register. Ms. Studdard, do you have anything you would like to go through as far as public comments?
I did go through them during the, but if the board members would like to hear those, I can summarize those. They're also in your board meeting materials for your review.
Great, thank you, Ms. Studdard. That is a recommendation out of committee, doesn't need a second, so we are open for discussion.
Yes. Board, any discussion? Seeing none. Dr. Yu? Yes. You are muted.
My only, issue with it, and I think I made my opinion pretty clear about just that, I think a lot of what is going on also is that we're kind of picking on one drug, and the fact that a lot of it has to do with informed consent also. But, I do agree that absolutely, I think Halcyon needs to be, administered by at least level 1 providers, and it's and to have that being unmonitored or the data is not there for non-providers, it's kind of a big issue for us. So I think the discussion went really well, though. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yu. Board members, I would also like to point out a committee report that I had Dr. Bell drop as far as looking into some of the morbidity and mortality that we have identified since 2017 of Halcyon drug alone. It is a report that is actually on my committee, if you want to go to that committee page and look at it. But it's many of the accusations of communities, interest stakeholders felt like that we had no cases and no cause of problems. And so I just wanted to put that out there as far as board members. If you want to review it, you can look at it. Thank you. Dr. McNeil.
Dr. McNeil.
And just to further Dr. Henderson's comment and to put it on the record, this specific drug, there was an associated death, there was associated intensive care requirements where patients were required to be put on the ventilator. So there's certainly harm can happen with this drug, and our concern was unmonitored use at home. And if everyone felt so great about it, unmonitored use at home, then we shouldn't need to monitor them in the office, was sort of my point. This had all sort of come out of the disciplinary review committee because our DRP reviewers were calling this as a standard of care violation. And so that's why it was brought to the anesthesia committee. And we certainly don't want regulatory overreach. As Dr. Kirsch had mentioned previously with licensure, we're here to protect the public, and that's a big deal. And we want to give dentists the ability to do certain things. The other thing that I like about how this is written, and we mentioned it yesterday, is this is a, correct me if I'm wrong, it's a should or shall. Which word is in there?
Should. Dr. Henderson?
It's a should.
It's a should. So it does it certainly does give some clinical judgment there. It's not a must, but it's a should, and they would want to have a real good reason why they would do it to justify it.
Thank you. Dr. Yu.
Just from a legal standpoint, when a rule says should, in the chart for the public, the chart should justify, is that correct? The reason for doing the action.
Ms. Nichols.
I would agree.
Or Ms. Sutter. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
I would agree with that, to chart it as a CYA. Should is best practice, but it is also best practice to chart it and make sure it's in the record.
What does CYA mean?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Just clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, again, we have a committee recommendation, doesn't need a second. Dr. Kirsch, could we have a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Dr. David Tillman.
In favor?
Dr. George Kirsch. In favor. Ms. Lois Palermo.
In favor.
Dr. Brian Henderson.
For.
Dr. David Yu.
Against.
Dr. Robert McNeil.
For.
Dr. Linda Burke.
For.
Mrs. Lori Jones.
For.
Dr. Margot Melcher.
For.
The motion carries 8-1.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kirsch and board. Dr. Henderson, anything else?
Dr. Tillman, that concludes my committee's actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Henderson, and thank you, committee. Great work. Dr. McNeil, discussion on possible action on disciplinary committee report on recommendations and possible action on 22 Texas Administrative Code 108.6, report on patient death or injury requiring hospitalization.
Terrific. Thank you, sir. We have no actionable items coming out for vote. I will give a summation of what we talked about yesterday. I'd like to thank the committee members, Dr. Tillman, Dr. Burke, Ms. Palermo, that were able to join us yesterday. We had a fruitful discussion. Couple line items. We talked about self-reports for hospitalizations and got some clarification from Dr. Bell. Dr. Bell was very, very helpful to our committee yesterday at sort of walking us through the process. One of the big things is we wanted the Anesthesia Advisory Committee had sort of talked about self-reporting and encouraging self-reports, and the way the agency deals with self-reports from a DRP standpoint, they're very focused and they try to look at specifics of the issue related to a hospitalization, and they don't get stuck in the weeds looking for other things, would perhaps be a way to say it. So I was impressed with what I heard there from Dr. Bell. From an advertising standpoint, we talked a little bit about our current rules of advertising and how that parlays into social media and some of the things that perhaps are either current or on the horizon.
I'm sorry, Dr. McNeil, if we could limit our discussion to just the deaths, and then we'll take up.
Oh, okay.
If that's okay.
So nothing further. As I said, there's no actionable item on that. So.
Very good. Board, do you have any questions for Dr. McNeil and his committee concerning reporting of patient deaths or hospitalizations? Very good. Dr. McNeil, you were wanting to move into advertising. Go ahead.
Okay, from an advertising standpoint, as I was saying, we sort of wanted to look at things of the current state and then be thinking certainly proactively as things relate to social media and just how the agency would address those issues and some of the nuances that potentially can exist or could exist with that. So we had a fruitful discussion, and we'll be mindful of things moving forward on that.
So board, do you have any questions with Dr. McNeil or his committee concerning false advertising or social media? And I would agree, good discussion on both items, hospitalization and advertising. So, it would be good clarification just for the general dentist or the dentist or hygienist as far as what the parameters are within the state. So good discussions there. Any board discussion? Very good. And again, this is not a voting item, but good discussion. Committee recommendation and possible action on the agreed administrative penalty, AAP, and cases resolved prior to an informal settlement conference. Dr. McNeil.
Terrific. Once again, no actionable items. We had a fruitful discussion about how that process has worked. As a committee, a fair amount has been done with respect to the disciplinary matrix and the formation of AAPs, and had a discussion about remedial plans versus AAPs, and segued into pre-ISC dismissals. And the general flavor of the discussion was, how do we improve efficiency from an agency standpoint? How do we best utilize staff resources and legal and protect the public? And we were very happy with the progression, and certainly a team effort all the way around. Committee members, DRP members, legal, investigative, and terrific work all the way around. So we were very happy with how we're moving forward.
Very good. Board, do you have any questions or discussion related to AAP, that process with informal settlement conferences? Very good. Seeing no further discussion, Dr. McNeil, anything else from your committee?
There were no public comments, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, and thank you, committee. Public comments.
Do we have any?
Public comments? No public comments. Very good. Department directors reports, agency active reports, executive director division report.
Yes, thank you,
Ms.
Dr.
McNeil.
Thank you, Dr. Tillman. So you have my report. I'll just briefly go through it, board members. The COVID-19 update. So board staff is in the office are still continuing to follow COVID-19 safety procedures. Pursuant to Executive Order GA 34, state employees can no longer require masks in state office buildings, but we are still highly encouraging them. And most of our employees do continue to wear masks in the office, and a lot of them are still working remotely. We will continue with virtual meetings as long as necessary. As far as informal sentiment conference goes, I believe panel members like the option of appearing in person or appearing via Zoom, whatever suits your schedule. So we will continue to allow that. There are currently 2 bills pending, HB 2683 and SB 924, and those would both expand the Open Meetings Act to include meetings that are broadcast over the internet, because currently we are able to meet in this capacity because the governor has lifted open meeting requirements. So what that means is we should be able to do virtual meetings as needed in the future. Legislative committee meetings. Dr. Tillman touched on this earlier. On March 2nd, we presented our LAR, our binding legislative appropriations requests, to the Senate Committee on Finance. And then on March 3rd, we presented to the House Appropriations Committee. Special thank you to Dr. Tillman, who came to Austin and attended both of those committee meetings to support the agency. We appreciate that support. As a reminder, we asked for 3 exceptional items. One was the partial restoration of the positions we lost when the governor asked us to cut 5% of our budget. We asked for a merit salary increase for employees to make our agency in line with other state agencies that can offer employees more money for basically the same job. And then also funding for an upgrade to HPC's regulatory database and an FTE to assist with that project, and funding for our move to the George H.W. Bush building, which is anticipated to happen in May of 2022. Next, AADB, Dr. Henderson and Dr. Yu, we touched on that today. We attended that conference virtually February 27th and 28th. It was a great meeting. The conference was a really excellent opportunity to share information on licensing and regulation and examinations during the COVID-19 pandemic. We touched on some of the points we learned earlier. The electronic prescribing waivers. So this rolled out in on January 1st of 2021. There was a legislative change in the Texas Health and Safety Code. It's the section number is 481.0755, and it required practitioners to submit their controlled substance prescribing electronically unless they requested a waiver from their licensing board. So we rolled out our approval process on January 1st. To date, we have processed over 2,000 waiver applications. We are in the process of adding that electronic prescribing waiver status to your practitioner profile. We also posted a Q&A section on the website for any licensees that might have questions about, should I apply for this waiver? What do I need to do with the waiver? If a practitioner has an issue with a pharmacy accepting their waiver, please refer that pharmacy to me directly. My information is available on the website. Fraud awareness. So we have experienced an uptick in the amount of licensees reporting fraudulent behavior. We've experienced it personally in our office as well. Several employees have had unemployment benefits filed for in their name. Their social security number was involved, so that's a bit scary. So we just wanted to have our licensees be mindful of fraud, especially people taking advantage of COVID and the ice storm that we had recently. We had a report that some stakeholders have received fraudulent calls or emails with that person purporting to be from our agency and requesting either money or sensitive information. So we just want our licensees to be careful. Please know that our employees are investigators, our licensing analysts. No one is ever going to ask you for money over the phone. We're never going to ask you for sensitive information over the phone. So if you believe that the person you're talking to could be fraudulent, please just hang up and call our agency. Their information is again on our website. If just hang up, contact our office immediately. We'll verify whether the person you were talking to is actually one of our employees. And our IT division has also seen a significant increase in the amount of hacking attempts to our system. So they're busy working on that too. And lastly, this was not in my report, but I'll touch on it. We had to cancel our expo last June because of COVID. And unfortunately, we will not be hosting one again this year, just for the protection of our staff. But we hope to host an expo for our licensees at some point in the future. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Tillman.
Very good. Yes, Dr. Henderson.
So thank you for the information on the expo. That was something I was looking for as I get a number of students asking, and appreciate that. Ms. Nichols, have we thought of, because you're not sure about the future of board meetings and the safety, what if any consideration following the CDC guidelines, if you've been vaccinated twice and waited 14 days, we can gather without masks? Is there any thought to those that have been vaccinated to be able to come to a meeting?
Well, hopefully by June, most of us will be vaccinated, right? But we will be following the CDC guidelines. And the reason we couldn't have the meeting in person was that the building itself did not allow people to gather up to 10 people. But now that the governor's opened the state back up, our state offices are open again. So it's something that we'll be looking into for sure. I know everybody's anxious to gather in person.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Henderson. Dr. McNeil.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols, for that report. I commend you all on the e-prescribing waivers and how you guys were able to do that in such a time-efficient manner, especially at the end of the year with the holidays and the influx of requests. That's exceptional. You know, a lot of us are having trouble with it. It keeps crashing my computer system, the one that I'm using. So they've had to reinstall and put it back in, and it's been certainly a headache. I have a question about masks in dental offices. Is the information that we put out on the website, does that seem to be sufficient? And are you still getting a lot of calls from practitioners?
I have not personally gotten that many calls about masks. I think we've probably answered 3 or 4 emails. It's only been a handful.
Okay.
Most of our practitioners know that it's the CDC guideline recommends masks.
Okay, terrific. Thank you.
And Dr. Henderson.
Just wanted to jump back in. I do want to tell Ms. Nichols and staff that it's been a year since we've all met in person. And I'm going to tell you, this agency has run very smoothly with we've all been turned upside down, including the agency. And I appreciate the support that you all have done working from home, trying to get back in licensing, trying to get those people licensed over the past year. And I just want to say thank you. You've done a great job, Ms. Nichols.
Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We have excellent staff.
Dr. Yu.
I'd like to second that with Ms. Nichols and Dr. Tillman's leadership. You know, it's a great agency. You know, in light of what the medical board has lifted their emergency order, have you heard anything that the governor has recommended in terms of the dental board's COVID rule?
The last I heard was the disaster declaration has not been lifted, so our rule should stay in place.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Any other questions? Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Nichols, for your leadership, and staff agreed on the smoothness of a challenging time. And I think we continue to do the work. So very good. Finance and Administrative Division report, Ms. Keppel, welcome. She needs to come on.
You're on mute.
She is not listed on mute.
No, she's not on mute. We just can't hear her.
We just can't hear you, ma'am.
Can you yell? Oh, tell you what, why don't we, Ms. Keppel, why don't we go on to licensing division, and then if we could try to work out those technical issues. Chris is going to be trying to contact you. Ms. Mendez, we've heard from you today, and we appreciate you coming back. Thank you.
Sure. Good morning.
Good morning.
I have my reports there, the CE audits, the licensing numbers and the anesthesia numbers. Everything is in order. Everything's in line. We're still on track with our inspections. would just like to briefly touch on a few items, 3 items. So we'd actually posted for anesthesia inspector. We are actually losing, aside from the one that we lost over the summer, we're actually losing another one. Mr. William Jackson's last day will be March 31st. He's actually moving to Colorado, so he's definitely going to be missed. Mr. Jackson was instrumental in getting the program up and running. He's been with the agency since 2016, started in licensing, then moved to the investigations division, and then to the anesthesia program. He's been excellent and will be dearly, dearly missed. With that being said, we interviewed on Monday and we were able to make an offer to an inspector, and this inspector will begin with us on April the 5th. So this person has a lot of experience and was a previous TSBDE employee. So we welcome the opportunity to work with this individual with the inspection program. Inspections have been scheduled through May of 2021. December compliance letters have been sent out to the dentists who had an inspection. And then also, secondly, effective 9/1, and this is just going to be ongoing, just so no one says they didn't know. We've been having the ability for licensees to print their renewal certificate from our website since September of 2020. So effective 9/1/2021, staff will no longer mail out the renewal certificates. We will continue to print duplicate certificates for a fee, but automatically we're not going to send them out of the office starting September 1. That would give licensees plenty of time to get used to the fact that they can go online to the website, and if their renewal has been renewed, they can print it themselves. It doesn't necessarily have to be on the paper that we provide. And then lastly, just wanted to update you all on our processing dates for initial applications. This is not for renewals. On dentists, we are on March 3rd. Hygienists, we are on March 8th. And for dental assistants, we are on March 1st. We've been working really hard. We have been down a couple of staff members. And then with the office being closed, 7 days, so it made it really difficult, but we are working really hard and trying to get ourselves caught up and getting ready for graduation season.
Very good. Wonderful work.
Thank you.
I've got a question for Ms. Mendez.
Yes.
Looking at the CE audits, I'm looking at the last quarter of 2020, the first quarter of 2021. Seems like 50% of the dentists are non-compliant with their CEs. I'd figure that statistic would really go down during 2020, where you can do everything online. And have you seen an unusual pattern of that staying the same? Or
the pattern that I've noticed is that these numbers are at the close of the audit portal. So they may not have been in compliance at the time that the audit period closed, because since we send out the notices in advance, it gives them ample time to submit. But if they don't comply by the time their license expires, that opportunity closes. And then the licensee who's been selected for the audit now can't upload to the portal. Now they have to submit their certificates to the office for staff to manually review.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for that.
And I was thinking about that and I'm going to look at trying to get ways to pull those numbers, because I think that would show a lot more than what this report does.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Mendez.
Yes, Dr. Henderson.
So to follow up with Dr. Kirsch's comment, when I look at those numbers, they're total between the hygienist, dentist, and assistants. Is that correct? At the bottom of the non-compliant. So they're not really broken down to just dentist. I just wanted to make sure that Dr. Kirsch maybe identified that could be a large number of assistants that didn't know they needed, maybe not dentists. So I don't know that number, and it's not really reported, but I didn't want that to be coming out that 50% of dentists aren't getting continued CE audits.
That's an excellent point, Dr. Henderson. Thank you for clarifying that.
So you are correct, Dr. Henderson, but if you look at the columns and the individual columns, for example, December 2020, it says 41 were selected, and right below that, there's a number 36, and that means 36 complied. Right, and then you look at, and you go below that, there's a section for hygienists, so 64 were selected and 48 complied. And right below that are the assistants.
I do see that now, and thank you. I was looking at the green totals. So yeah, I see that now. I guess I could have added them up.
No, it's okay.
But I do also want to comment on the anesthesia inspections. Again, you're doing a good job. I'm glad to see you went ahead and had those scheduled and been short of inspectors. I looked at the numbers. I think we're going to not only have inspected all the new permit holders, but we're well on our way to meeting our guideline of inspecting everybody. Me looking at the numbers, pending we keep employees. But thank you for your work.
Any other observations? Very good. Anything else, Ms. Mendez?
No, sir.
Thank you for you and the staff. Y'all do wonderful work. I think anytime I came into the office, y'all were busy here at the office working, and I see from your background that you're here as well. So wonderful, faithful group, and we appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Ms. Capper, we'll try you again.
All right. Can you hear me now? Yes. Yay. All right. Well, thank you to Chris. He's been texting me trying to work through it, and we got it going. Great. Well, good morning.
Good morning.
I wanted to report that the agency currently has 50 employees and has, now one open vacancy from what Ms. Mendez reported. She has that one employee that is beginning, looks like in April, she said. Ms. Nichols also reported on the 87th legislature that her and Dr. Tillman attended both the Senate and the House Appropriations Committee hearings for the Article 8 agencies. I did want to reiterate that as a reminder, the exceptional item number 4 was set to change once quotes were received from the Texas Facilities Commission. So the agency recently received estimates from the Legislative Budget Board on items for the upcoming move in May of 2022. These includes window treatments or blinds for the interior offices in the amount of $3,600, additional security in the amount of $15,000, conference room expenses in the amount of $15,000, and audio visual equipment in the amount of $10,000. These items are TSBDE requests that were previously discussed with the Texas Facilities Commission, and these amounts have not been quantified and have not been communicated directly to us. What that means is that the Texas Facilities Commission gave those numbers to the Legislative Budget Board, who gave those numbers to Ms. Nichols and myself. The total for the exceptional item for our agency move was raised from a one-time expenditure of about $70,000 to now a one-time expenditure in 2022 of $113,654. It is currently our understanding that any items that need to be moved from our current offices, such as files, computers, any desks and chairs that we may go ahead and take with us to the new building, will be incurred by the Texas Facilities Commission. As of right now, the updates that we have been receiving from the Senate and the House indicate that we will receive funds to partially restore the lapsed funding from the 5%, will be for an anesthesia investigator position related to Senate Bill 313 from the 85th regular session to meet the anesthesia permit holder inspection requirement. The salary that we listed in that exceptional item was or is $56,560. Before I continue, does anyone have any questions on that?
Any questions? Dr. McNeil?
I had a question about the one line item in one of your reports. Can you just briefly tell me about the Health Professional Council Regulatory Database upgrade?
Sure. And so it is our understanding that the Health Professions Council is upgrading our VRSA regulatory database. And we're not the only agency within that. I believe there's eight to 10 agencies that are involved, mostly Article 8 regulatory agencies. And when certain changes are made, all of the agencies are asked whether we're on board with the change, whether we're willing to pay for those changes. And it really depends on what the change is. Some of these are just, or this in particular is to pay for one full-time employee for the Health Professions Council, along with the system upgrades that will benefit all of the agencies that are involved in that regulatory database.
And so is it mostly just VRSA?
It is.
From the software
It is.
standpoint?
That is my understanding, yes. While we have our own IT staff, there are some items that they're able to do within VRSA, but a lot of things, even like resetting a password, they have to go through HPC personnel to get that done. We're a middleman, or our IT is a middleman, if you will, between HPC's IT personnel and ours. And so that those funds will not come directly to our agency. Well, back up a little bit. What happens is at the beginning of every fiscal year, we receive all of the money for our budget, and we have a certain amount that we transfer. Every agency transfers to the Health Professions Council, and that is actually their budget. So they don't have necessarily their own budget, but all of the agencies under that umbrella contribute, and that's where their budget comes from. We just transfer it to them at the beginning of the year. So if this moves forward, which as of now, it looks like it will, the money will come to us, and we'll just add that to the funds that we already transferred to them at the beginning of the year. I actually uploaded 2 documents, one from the Senate, one from House Appropriations Committee. These documents show what both sides of both the Senate and the House are considering right now. And from what I can see, and of course this can change still, there's a lot that is going to happen. The markup committees meet next week. And then once the Senate decides what they're going to do and the House decides what they're going to do, then we have the joint meetings that happen so that they get on the same page. And then the decisions will come from there. So right now what we're seeing is that they have tentatively approved the HPC regulatory database upgrade, and they've also approved the anesthesia investigator. So far,
Wonderful.
yes.
Wonderful. Sorry.
Right, and so we're shooting for 3 positions. The salary to replace, well, not replace, but to recoup the 3 positions that we had to, that we lost during the 5% reduction. So we're hoping that they'll consider not only that investigator position, but the director of enforcement and the other investigator position. So during that reduction in force, we actually lost 7 positions. And rather than request all of the funding back, we tried to meet them halfway. We shot a little high, but we're very hopeful. So I'll go ahead and continue. If anyone has any questions on the Senate.
Yeah. Dr. Henderson.
Yes.
Oh, no, never mind. Continue, Ms. Capel.
Okay. I also uploaded our budget. We are halfway through the year. We're looking good. one of the questions that I have for the Legislative Budget Board that I haven't heard back on yet is there is House Bill 2 that is pending. It has to do with the 5% reduction. So that reduction was planned over the current biennium, which was fiscal year 20 and fiscal year 2021. Last year, we gave back to the state $160,000. It was more than what we originally planned. And so I'm very hopeful that with House Bill 2, if that goes through, that the amount that we will have to give back this current year will be much less than what we originally expected. So I will keep you up to date on that. But as far as our budget, we are on point for halfway through the year. I don't foresee any issues. I also uploaded the DRP and the schedule of fines that we've received and the Q1 performance measures. We haven't quite completed the performance measures for Q2, but those will be coming up shortly. And I'm happy to share those with anyone who is interested. And if anyone has any questions, I am happy to answer those. I do have one more thing before you have any questions. Ms. Nichols and I participated in a State Office of Risk Management audit earlier this week. From that, the agency will need to file a COOP exercise by September of this year. And they also made some recommendations that the agency can consider with regards to either changes, updates, or combining the agency's return to work manual and safety manual with the personnel manual. Again, they're just recommendations. We don't necessarily, as an agency, need to move forward with them, but we will consider those. The auditor, Ms. Krenwelge, did recognize the agency for having policies in place that showed we cared a great deal for our employees and their safety. She was very happy to see that. She said that all agencies, unfortunately, do not have policies geared towards their employees. So that concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, Dr. Henderson.
Ms. Capel, thank you so much for your time and effort. And I like to hear that it was a positive audit by you and Ms. Nichols. That was one of our criticisms that we had when I got appointed and went through Sunset. So I want to thank you all for having that done. And you would basically address my question, and we're halfway through the year and I looked through the budget and it looks like there's some areas we might be tight in and there's some areas we might be a little loose in. And I just wanted to hear, we should know where we are at 50%, and you anticipate if we had to pay back what they mandate, could we afford that? Are we really counting that we're going to get credit on last year's money we sent back? Or would that even matter in our budget?
Worst case scenario, yes, we would have those funds. Yes, we would. It's important to remember that some of those appropriations are very fluid. For example, 13006 and 13008, which are the peer and the Texas.gov fees, those are fluid. So we don't actually have a budget for those. It's the funds that come in throughout the year. And as they come in, they go out on a monthly basis. And so those might look a little bit off, but it's fluid and it's constantly changing. Although we're on point as far as peer, now that we've raised our fees, we do not anticipate any further issues with that. And then 13002 is also another one that is a little bit fluid and can be misleading because as some of those funds come in, they get added to the appropriation. But yes, worst case scenario, if we had to give back what we originally said, we would be okay. Obviously, we're hoping that they'll give us credit for the additional funds that we gave back last year so that we can begin to rehire some of those positions that we lost.
Thank you. And that's really why I wanted to lead into that question. I didn't know if we had to go back to the governor and get another loan which I'm really glad we're moving forward with this, and I appreciate all the effort and work you're putting in. Thank you.
Very good. Other questions? Dr. Ms. Stutter, did you have any comments? On my screen, your hand is up. Oh, that's me. Never mind, it's frozen. No, you're good. Anything else? Any questions, board? Anything else, Ms. Capel?
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for all the hard work, and we will be looking for hopefully more money for the agency and those investigators. And thank you for both you and Ms. Nichols going to our legislators. Dental Division Investigative Report, Dr. Bell.
Yes, good morning, board members. Thank you.
Good morning.
I'm going to give the dental division report first, if that is acceptable. So you'll find my report within your board materials. The division productivity, the current mentee pending case assignment data, and division dismissals since the last board meeting can all be found toward the bottom of the report. We are remaining very productive, and in general, although the numbers are slightly misleading, we are approaching real-time case assignments for many of our case types, such as general dentistry. If if a general dentistry case becomes available, we're able to assign that almost immediately. So what that means, it's going to have a couple impacts, and you guys will likely see a more varied collection of cases during your ISDs. And then secondarily, Ms. Studdard and I are going to have some conversations, but it's likely that we'll be able to reduce the total number of ISC days needed. Since we're really not still pulling from a backlog, we should be able to bring that down an amount. The exact number isn't known yet, but we'll crunch the numbers. And as you get next fiscal year's ISC date request calendar, then we can move forward from there.
That's wonderful. Very good.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm very pleased with all the hard work from everyone. We have two mentees that are proposed for approval. They both scored in the range that was very good. One is a periodontist, which, if you look at that next to last data set, you'll see that we have 19 cases that are sitting and waiting to be reviewed by a periodontist. As y'all know, the statute and rule both indicate that we have to match up any specialties of the respondent with the specialty of the qualified DRP member. So that's why there's still a bit of a backlog with oral maxillofacial surgeons, periodontists, and then prosthodontists at 8 doesn't seem too big, but we only have 2 prosthodontists. So again, if y'all have any colleagues that you feel would fit nicely into the DRP team, please send them our way. We're happy to send them out materials and the application. And that concludes my dental practice report.
Yes, Dr. Henderson.
Dr. Bell, as you were giving your report, some light bulb came on. How does that impact the oral facial pain or oral medicine specialties that we just approved in your mentors or DRP panel?
So we've always followed general common sense with that. If we have had a case with a dental anesthesiologist, we match that skill set, even though they weren't previously officially a specialty. It still is a level of training and a compilation of education that we consider when assigning those cases.
Right. Well, and I know anesthesia's been around, and certainly I'm really more directing it to the oral medicine or oral pain guys, as we might get complaints. Do we have panel members? Do we need panel members that could qualify, or do we not? We have panels, oral surgeons and people, anesthesiologists that do pain work, and we're okay. That's directly a more direct question.
Well, yes, yes. I do hear you. We already have at least one oral medicine. Well, it's an OM path. Then we also have an oral max or a oral medicine radiologist. So we have one of each of those. We'll have to look to that. We don't have a lot of highly specialized cases that we come upon, but you're exactly right. You know, for the specialties that you guys just approved, again, if y'all have any colleagues, please send them our way. Happy to train them up and propose them for approval.
Thank you. That's really why I wanted to have this, so the people listening say, oh, I might want to apply. So thank you, Dr. Bell.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Yu.
Should we make a motion to accept the DRP candidates?
So that would be in order.
So moved.
To accept by Dr. Yu, second by Dr. Kirsch. Any discussion concerning the proposed DRP members? Seeing none, Dr. Kirsch, could we have a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Dr. David Tillman.
4.
Dr. George Kirch, 4. Ms. Lois Palermo.
4.
Dr. Brian Henderson.
4.
Dr. David Yu.
4.
Dr. Robert McNeil.
4.
Dr. Linda Burke.
4.
Mrs. Lori Jones.
4.
Dr. Margot Melcher.
4.
Dr. Tillman, the motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsch and board. Have a couple more people, so we're chipping away and improving. Thank you, Dr. Bell. What else from
Legal.
dental? Is there anything else from dental division, Dr. Bell?
I believe Dr. Henderson may have a question, but yes, I will give the investigations report when y'all are ready.
Thank you. That's what I wanted. We weren't going to leave Dr. Bell without doing the investigations. Thank you.
No.
Dr. Bell.
Put my other hat on.
Yes, go ahead.
Dr. Bell, when will these new members start on this for their assignments?
There is some paperwork. There's a contract that they will need to sign, and then those will filter through Ms. Nichols. But in terms of training, we do that on the front end these days. So once they get to you, we're ready to release them into the wild. So they will get started just as soon as we can get that contract back, and Jacob will put them to work right away.
Thank you. The perio person is a co-faculty member of mine, so I just wanted to congratulate him and welcome him. Thank you.
Absolutely. We'll be sending those letters out typically Monday or Tuesday. So.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Bell, are we still under the kind of the initial fee per case for the DRP? Has there been any modification on the fee structure, the remuneration for review of cases?
There has not. Originally it was $150 a case. And then we saw the need for, multi-patient cases, very long hospital cases needing another level. Not really having the freedom to pay by the hour with the funds coming in. We created another category that was $300 a case. So those are the two categories that we have. But you are correct in that the base fee of $150 has not increased since the beginning.
Great. Perhaps we need to look at that in the future. Just if it's causing, people to not submit applications, that might be a concern. Dr. Henderson.
So along those lines, I did ask, and it's been a while, and don't want to shoot what the medical board gets for having people review their cases, and it is by the hour, and it's basically like $150 an hour. So it's a much greater number, and I don't know, and we're in the process of budget and opportunity to get that remunerated from legislature. Good luck this year, but it is a big discrepancy of time of their profession versus our profession.
Great.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? Okay, go ahead and continue, Dr. Bell. Sorry to interrupt.
No, sure. Just to address that comment, yes, we would love to pay more. We're going to continually be handcuffed by our budget and our funds available. I do find that we frame it as a position of service. I think it's something that with 2 weeks to do the report, they're able to work it into lunch breaks and, things like that. And I don't think that anyone's doing it for the money. Again, we would love to pay more, and we are very grateful that they choose to serve. But I do frame it much like you guys as a position of service. But yes, we will shoot to have the budget of the medical board. How's that? Okay, so moving on to the investigations report. Again, you'll find that in your materials. Productivity has bumped up ever so slightly regarding the cases that the analysts and investigators are turning in. But we're finding that the cases coming in the pipe are also creeping up a little bit. One thing we like to keep an eye on is the cases assigned per analyst and investigator. And there's a little anomaly in December, but you can see that has been creeping up since September. Again, I believe that is largely due to the fact that we are down some staff. And so again, one of the investigators requested in the exceptional item in the LAR would be to fill one of these investigator positions. And again, we can see that trend creeping up. So the more investigators we have, the fewer cases they have, the quicker we can move them, which overall decreases our days to case resolution. So just putting that out there. And then of course, one other position was, since I'm doing 2 director roles, the DOI or DOE enforcement is in that request as well. So I'm making it, but hopefully we can work something out. I think it's largely due to an amazing staff. I've had to delegate a lot more, but I don't think we've seen quality slip, and I'm just very thankful and grateful. I'm surrounded by such capable divisions. The other thing we watch is the 75, the cases over 75 days. We did hit 0, and my supervisor, Melinda Heber, was so excited. So at a point in time in January, no one had any cases older than 75 days. And again, by rule and statute, we have 180 days to get them set for an ISC. So them taking less than half of that is great. And again, I'm super proud. If you notice, it might be creeping back up as well. So again, hopefully if we can get approved for additional staff, we can keep that at a manageable level. And I already mentioned her name, but Melinda Heber has done a great job as the supervisor, jumping right in after COVID hit during all this. And I just want to thank her for her work. We've had no staffing changes, luckily. And I just want to thank everyone for the quality and the quantity of the work.
Yes, and thank you for your work too as well.
No, of course.
Dr. Henderson.
So I would like the board to recognize, if you didn't, that Dr. Bell's been wearing these hats now for a while and has really pulled through as a trooper, hasn't complained. And I'm sure they doubled her salary when she got the added position. So I hope they find someone so she can take that pay cut, or maybe that was service she was doing as well. So I want the board in recognition for hard work.
Here, here.
Absolutely. Great job, Dr. Bell.
Very good.
Thank you. I feel grateful, to have had a job during all these hard times, and I'm just happy to help in any way that I can.
Very good. Dr. McNeil.
Just to add on to that comment, it's amazing how far we've come in the last couple of years, just from an efficiency standpoint. I talked a little bit about that with our committee report, and it's multifactorial. The leadership you provided with your team is sensational. As being one of your former employees, I can attest to. It seemed to have gotten better once I left, though. Is that maybe I was the problem? But really, the help that you provided several of the committees yesterday was just exceptional and nice to see. So congrats to you and your team.
Thank you so much. That's very kind of you to say.
Anything else? Thank you again, Dr. Bell, for your service, and we appreciate all your work and your efforts to maintain safe dental practice for the public. Very good.
Yes, sir. And thank you so much for your service as well. We've been lucky to have you.
Thank you. Legal division, Ms. Studdard.
Hey, Dr. Tillman. Legal's report is in board's materials for your review. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those. The only thing I really wanted to touch on as well was the updated emergency rule 108.7. It was adopted at the February 19th, 2021 emergency board meeting, and it went into effect that same day. Board staff sent notice to licensees by posting the rule on our websites, on social media sites, and in our newsletter. The rule will remain in effect until June 18th, 2021, or until the governor lifts the disaster declaration, whichever happens sooner.
Very good. Any questions for Ms. Studdard? And since we're passing around accolades, you've managed very well during some turbulent times and kept up with the governor, kept good communication lines with our stakeholders. So we appreciate all the work of legal. I know you've had some employee challenges too, some new employees, and the work of legal continues in spite of all those. So we appreciate your service. We are moving right along. Announcements.
Board members have any announcements?
Board members, do you have any announcements for the good of the group? And again, no comments, public comments?
I have a comment.
Yes, yes.
We would like to honor you, Dr. Tillman, during our announcement period.
Okay.
Surprise.
Wow.
Board staff just wants to thank you for your service. We don't know whether we'll have you again for our next board meeting or not. So Christine is outside with a cake.
Oh, wow.
And we have a gift for you. If you'd like to open so that the board members can see.
I hope it's a scarf.
Tissue. And a note, which is probably the best of all. Very quick note. I'll read that later.
Okay.
The box. Oh wow. To beautiful box. And it says on the front of it, it says Texas State Capitol Holiday Tree Adornment Collector's Edition. Wow. Very nice. And this is a big one. This is a big ornament. So my tree will be adorned.
And there's another little box in there too.
Little box in there too somewhere.
In the back.
Very good. Okay. To let you know, our family tends to travel a lot, and we have things from all over the world that we've been to, and this is going to get a prominent place. And in a small box with a
it's to take with you. So you're
with
still
a mini gavel.
You're still in charge.
So I can be in charge of myself, and if my wife gives me permission, I can be in charge of her. So thank you. Thank you, everybody. And we have a cake, which we
That's
will
awesome.
share with all of y'all virtually.
That's right.
Fewer
David, thank
calories.
you for your service.
That's great. It's a very
Yeah.
pretty cake.
So I
Thank
don't
you.
know if that's possible to
Oh,
see.
yeah.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, we can see it. Very nice.
Oh, that's awesome.
The
Yes, that's great.
which I will share with y'all virtually. I will describe everybody. Wonderful. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Feldman. You'll be missed for sure.
Well, thank you. Well, again, you know, whatever happens, I'm at the leisure of the governor. He's got some important things on his agenda, and whatever happens, I'll be back.
Great.
So, you know, and to pass along things to the next PO, and hopefully we will get some good board meeting, another good board member, and that's a kind of a personal plug out to those of you that know individuals that may be a potential good board member, so that we can continue the fine work of this agency. But thank you, staff. Thank you, board, and I'll share it with you virtually. Thank you. Anything else for the good of the group? Nothing, and seeing no other items, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved, McNeil.
McNeil, motion, and second Kears with a hand voting. It looks like we're unanimous. Board, thank you very much. We have a very quick meeting, but a good meeting, and we are adjourned. I have 12:11. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Take care.